Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, March the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson. Yes and yes. Thank you. Okay. Moderator of your trading room, always asking to see if you can hear me and see my screen. I got a couple of yeses, so I guess we're good to go. Well, guys, it's a broken record. GME, just full disclosure on GME for me, okay? I have a little core position at about $114. What I do with GME every day, not every day, but when we're getting these $20, $30, $40 runs, either up or down, I trade around that core position, and I'm not, telling you guys when to buy or when to sell. I've said this incessantly, you have to do this on your own. This is a wild and woolly one, full of emotion, etc. But I'm just hanging on for this ride. I have no idea where this is going. I mean, this is, when this was down here, it looked like it was completely over. I mean, it was basing around that 40 level mark. Looked like, okay, that's it, and it's just going to drift back down. And so anyway, this is on a mission right now. Definitely on a mission right now. As is eyes. Eyes has surprised me. If you were in the room the last couple of days, I was talking about these topping tails. So this was the big topping tail on Friday. The buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down. That was a big drop. The sellers, or at one point on Friday, this was almost a $10 stock, and the sellers knocked it down to $5.80. Same thing happened yesterday. Now this, at one point, the sellers had knocked it all the way down here. The buyers rallied a little bit towards the end of the day, so that topping tail wasn't quite as dramatic. But look at this gap up. Look at this gap up. Taking all this out. So, I mean, it's a low float, and where this goes, this is one of those stocks that if the company can do what they're trying to do, you have to be rooting for them 1,000%. Now, whether it happens, is another issue. But anyway, it is what it is on the eyes, guys. I mean, this is really something, because now it's above. This was a level I thought would really stall it. So now when we look left, we've got, $28. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Now there are other things happening. ANPC. Is it still holding? Okay, so this got up to 1260 or so, down to 978. And it's a cancer detection update. That was the press release. Big gap up. And this is a crazy low float. 1.3 million in the float. China company. Anything could happen. Here's my new catchphrase. Anything could happen. You have no idea. I mean, with that sort of a float, it could just collapse or it could just soar higher. Looks like the all-time high is right around here. Around 12. I'm just looking at the position and lifetime range. Could be right around here. GLC was a super active one yesterday. Another really low float. 1.5 million in the float, especially for a $40 stock. So this is gapped up again. It's up 7%. And I don't see any specific reason for today. I'm not sure there was even one yesterday. Give me a moment, please. Okay. China EVs and the EVs, a little bit of movement now for them. Maybe, this big tech sell-off and EV sell-off, maybe abated for a day anyway. Just take a look. Here's XPEV. You probably look at LI. I didn't look at NEO actually, but LI is up also. Let's take a look at NEO, NIO. Yeah, so they're all up. And I see Fuel Cell and Ballard and, all the usual suspects in this EV sector. Lizzie, LIZI is also up. Is it holding its gap? Actually, not too bad. It was up to 816. And I'm just trying to see. Oh, this is an E play. That's right. It's an earnings play. So this is actually an earnings play. for LIZI, and it's another low float. China stock, 10 million in the float. Well, not necessarily what I wanted, Grumpy. Not exactly my character, but you know, the powers that be prevailed. This was after a windswept outing, a Trade Ideas outing on a boat on a whale watching, a horribly windy day coming off. That's what I look like. But anyway, they say that having a picture on Twitter and YouTube, it sells more. So it is what it is. VBIV, VBIV, and then you see my little dog. VBIV. Now, is it still hanging in there? You know what? 389 down to 320. Let's see, is there any specific reason for this one to be up that I can see? Okay, yeah, so shares rise on enrollment and study so this is a virus play. VBIV is a virus play. Yeah, Jules, I'll get into that a little bit later, okay? I got a bunch of stuff I have to do pre-market, premium RBI and GBI. It's, you know, just very quickly, GBI and RBI, green bar and red bar ignored. Just look at it this way, say the green bar ignored, or red bar ignored. If you had an uptrend, bunch of 4 candles in a row, green candles, the 5th one completely engulfed by the previous one, and then the next candle after that is green. So in other words, you have a trend, a pause in the trend, and then a continuation. That's the overall definition of RBI and GBI. This could be interesting. XELA could be interesting. This is a, let's see, $90 million contract, relatively low float, 25 million in the float. So that is the news on these guys today. INVO. All right, so INVO through the 200-day moving average, number one. There's that green line right there. It expands, let's see, expands company-owned clinic. So there is a little bit of news, okay, on it that's causing it to move. It's a big move, actually, 80%, lots of volume. It's going to easily trade the float, 8.3 million in the float. The news happened after hours. You can see the move area right there. That's the reaction. So this has got a ton of room still. Well, not a ton of room. Look at the weekly chart for INVO, and a lot of resistance about $1 away on that weekly chart. So, I mean, it does still have some room if it wants to keep moving. Well, I think there's a bit of a shift going on, isn't there, the dreamer? I mean, you know, back into, at least for today, technology, at least for today. Surf, SURF, this is up also. Surf's up. Surf is up also and kind of holding. Kind of. I mean, it was up to 950, down to 870. It's not a super low float. I guess I have earnings coming in March 11th, pre-market. Some kind of a collaboration deal they've got with Merck, MRK. So that's the news for Surf this morning. TRIT, T-R-I-T, T-R-I-T. Of note, the 38% short float percent and a low float. And this is gapped up. And I'm trying to see what is the news. Partnership with Western Union, okay? So some news on it, but more importantly, look at that short float, 38%, and the float itself is only 23 million. SFT, I think this is an earnings play, yes. So SFT is an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. Nice little gap up. And where could it go? I mean, looking at the daily chart, it has a shot to get into this 10 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it can start to fill in this void. Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix. SFIX. Now, this is an earnings play. This could get really interesting. Well, okay, I thought the 200-day was a little bit closer, but there's a 200-day moving average, 42.40. So it's sitting below it, or sorry, it's sitting above it, about $10 away, a little over $10 away. Again, once the market opens, let's see where this one really wants to go. Obviously, the trend has been down. So released earnings, the reaction so far is not good. And SINT, S-I-N-T. Okay, so this, just as it was opening the room, this popped up. And do I see any specific reason for it? I do not see any specific reason today for this move. Another fairly low float, 24 million. It's big. I mean, it's a big move, 31%. Kind of holding. 265, 237. All right, time is at 9:16, so I'm just going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, well, actually, we have almost an equal number of upgrades and downgrades this morning. So let's take a look at some of them. Aha! Tesla was upgraded by, I don't know New Street, but they were upgraded by, or Tesla was upgraded by New Street. A few more to go. All right, I want to see if there's a Goldman one. So Goldman upgraded NMR. Okay, I'll take a look at that one. See what NMR is doing right now. NMR. And the answer is, that's Nomura, okay. So not much, but it was an upgrade for Nomura. I'll take a look at the downgrades. Actually, there are a few more downgrades this morning. Okay, a few more to go. Seeing actually some energy plays getting downgraded. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let me see if there's a downgrade, anything from Goldman downgrading. Yeah, SKT actually. SKT and BRX. Let's take a look at SKT. These are a couple of Goldman downgrades this morning. SKT. Of course, this was a high flyer a couple of days ago. Trying to recover yesterday, so that is a downgrade by Goldman. And also, what was the other one that I mentioned? Oh, BRX. Take a look at BRX. All right. All right, 9:20. So, as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, watch list had a pretty good day yesterday. I want to follow my watch list up and down. From the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. Where is it? Right there, Barry's Watch List, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. Now, let me see if this is going to work today. Okay, get it in the simulator. So what I did was I sorted on the short float percent just to see anything. And that's how I found the TRIT. I mean, it's still up 19.8%, so I would have found it anyway, but I also wanted to sort on the short float percent columns. Of course, there's a GME right there. I don't believe that. I believe it's a lot higher, but anyway, we'll have to see what happens down the road with this one. PRTS, not a lot of volume, but you know, this is car parts. This one could be interesting. There is enough volume already this morning. NVTA, a pretty high short float percent at 14%. It's not puppy dog. That is a kitty cat moth in the background, having an active start to the morning. I talked about this one a few times yesterday. You might want to keep an eye on this FLGT. I mean, it's still hanging around that 100 mark. It certainly is, it's not necessarily an easy trader, but it does have a lot of movement. So I mean, up here at 114, down here at 78 or 79 or 80. We'll just, it's up $5.50 or $5.89 right now. They're definitely an active trader. Bitcoin is up. There's so many things. I just sort of doubt. I shouldn't say doubt. I have no idea if these gaps are going to hold. I have no idea, of course, until the market opens and see how these things trade. But yes, Mara and Mara, M-A-R-A, and Riot are both up. All right, I'm going to... And let's see if anything else is sneaking in here that I may not have mentioned. Yeah, APT is actually falling a little bit, down 11%. APT That's actually a pretty big gap down, pretty big area for it to take out. Look at this right here, APT. What's the low right there on the weekly chart is 1054 on that weekly chart right there. On that is 1080. So, you know, this 1054, and then after that, 1008, and after that, 905. So, you know, obviously a break of 10 is really going to sink this one. I mean, it's already down 8%, APT. And let's see, what is the market looking like to start? SPY is up a little bit. So we'll see if this gap holds. You can see it didn't hold yesterday. So the Dow was up, Nas was still got thumped yesterday, and the SPY was down. Again, this, you know, the more traditional stock, shall we say, there's been a flight to them in the last couple of weeks. But I'm looking, you know, you're looking right now, you can see some of these EV plays, they're the high flyers. Whether they last, you know, maybe there's just sort of intraday trade and that's it. Hard to know. But here's BLNK as an example, up almost 10%. You know, this could be interesting, this COTI. This is one of the ones that is actually on the buzz list, the BUZZ list, the new ETF. This is its, oops. So this will be the 4th day of trading this ETF. And COTI is one of them. It's probably one of the cheaper ones. The reason why, it's the market cap has to be $1 billion, so it is. But you just kind of see what could happen if COTI really gets rolling here. And that is COTY. Hello, Mike. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys. STM is just showing up now. STM, a little break on the 15s pre-market. Look at that. Yesterday, the 200-day moving average held. Of course, just getting thumped with a lot of the other tech stocks. But it held. The 200-day moving average held, briefly anyway, and a little bit of a move today. So we're seeing, you know, we're seeing a little rally in the tech sectors today. How long that's going to last? Your guess is as good as mine. And now the market's going to open in 30 seconds. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And my unusually strong option scan had a great day yesterday. So, of course, eagerly awaiting to see what sort of alerts we get today from that one. We're now open. Gap up and go. Look at Fubo going, guys. Fubo. Again, just battered. They're call in the sector. There it is, though. Fubo on the way. But again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get these big, lots of wild action. All right, Invo is getting some volume. Low float, 8.3 million in the float. Mentioned this one in the pre-market. Invo on the way, guys. INVO. Is the gap up and go? But for how long? I mean, that's the whole issue. Tiger is strong. TIGR is strong to start. Again, but I'm just waiting out that first 15. Yeah, space is on the move. Some volume coming in for space. SPCE. Okay, this one was flying. Well, it's not, still hasn't given it up too much yet. I'm talking about the XELA. Yeah, this could be interesting. It's relatively low flow, 25 million. They do have a press release, talked about a $90 million contract. Okay, so it could get interesting. And there's INVO continuing here, breaking right through that 200-day moving average. And again, it has some room to that 650 mark right here. All right, guys, had the wrong, there we go. Okay, well, so far this is a gap up and go for INVO. But for how long? That's the question. 8.3 million in the float. So I mean, this is easily, of course, going to trade the float through the 200-day. This does look like some pretty severe resistance, right there in that weekly chart. But I've been wrong before. You could just jet right through it. All right, so ANPC trying to hold the gap, the pre-market gap. Had some news, cancer detection update for ANPC. All right, so silver, is this a strong sector today? Let's see. SLV, and just see AG was popping up on my screen. So silver is strong. I see AG. So it looks like silver and gold probably are strong sectors today. Wow. Okay, what's the market doing? So the market, so look at tech. Wow. So tech big rebound today so far. SPY is up a lot. Dow is up, but tech is up a lot today. Chris is not delayed, no. These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing on the screen. Okay, so tech is definitely having a rally today, guys. Now keep an eye on XELA. Got as high as almost $3 on the pre-market. They had it. They did have. Oh boy, guys! I know this is anybody involved with the GME. I mean, yeah, they wouldn't know that necessarily, Sam. I guess, but. Yeah, I don't know why there's the delay, to be honest. I thought it was, I think it depends on the person's computer too, but. Okay, guys, INVO, holy smokes, big winner from the AI. Okay, you have the AI. Here was your alert at 631, 674 now. Now, I don't mind talking about it now, but this is what the AI looks like. I don't display this, and not fair for those of you who pay for our premium service. Right in my wheelhouse. You know that I like the stocks under $20. It had room, a little bit of room up to this area, and it had news. So a lot of things going for it. A lot of things going for it. So that was a quick one from the AI. I'm going to talk about the AI in about 40 minutes, guys. Right around 10:30. I'm going to talk about just in general what Trade Ideas is all about, all the scans that I'm sharing. Look at apt. What was I saying? If it took out 10, well, it took out 10. Well, I'm not sure if they have well, we have March 11th that they're releasing earnings. They may have already released. Yeah, it looks like they've already released. Yeah, just a minute. I'm going to have to alert Brad to that. Why can't you trade the pre-market? Invo is halted. Yes, Invo is halted at 9:37. Get another broker. In this day and age, I'm not saying people should be trading in the pre-market. Here's the, if you'd asked me 10 years ago about trading in the pre-market, I hardly ever traded in the pre-market. But really, what is the pre-market anymore? Now it's almost fictitious. Yeah, the market opens at 9:30 Eastern time, but there's so much action. I know we only start getting our data at 7 in the morning. For me, that is plenty, especially being on the West Coast, getting up at 4. But there is so much action in the pre-market. It used to be that you would find very few stocks that had any trading volume, and that was always the issue. But there's, so what really defines the pre-market? I mean, I know it defines the pre-market, but really, it's almost a term that is antiquated now. All right, so look what happened, guys. Remember, I was talking about trading in the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying every stock. Some stocks will open and keep running, but remember, we're just talking about Tiger. So Tiger up to 28 and now down to 27 something. Got up to what, 28.71. So there's a $1 drop just like that with Tiger, TIGR. So if this is a 5-minute halt, what time is it? 9:30. Yeah. So let's just put this up here. For those of you not familiar with halts, typically it's halted because of volatility, and it's basically a computer is just monitoring the moves, how fast, period of time, etc. And usually they're 5-minute halts. And so if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:42 plus 18 seconds. So let's just keep this on the screen, and let's see if this actually opens. If it's not 5 minutes, usually it's a multiple of 5. So it could be a 10-minute halt, but let's just see. I'll keep it up here. And 3, 2, 1, boom, there we go. Okay, there's your 5-minute halt. Invo started trading again. And wow, so you know what? This didn't really stall it, did it? All this right here did not really start it. And guess what? Woo, Zach, I hope this works for you. I hope it works for you, but it's, as you know, it's halted again. And, if we can believe the bid ask right now it says 848, 848. It's dropping. I hope, for your sake. Now look at NKLA. So this is really, this is taking a bit of a hit now. Got up to 16 something, down to 15. Okay, guys, so this, what was the news on this Acadia? Okay, so yeah, so update, FDA deficiencies. Okay, I'm not sure I mentioned this one. It's on my notes here. I think I must have put it up here. But anyway, ACAD downgrade, big down gap on deficiencies. And let's take a look right there. This has still got some room. All right, well, we have our first options. Let's take a look. ESI. So what do we see for this one? This has got room, guys. ESI. I mean, I'm telling you to take the trade, but look at the room it's got. ESI. Well, then they got punished pretty severely for that, William. Well, there are enough stocks moving in the pre-market that with volume. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's still I mean, there's still an element of risk, I guess, but there are enough stocks moving in the pre-market that it can make it worthwhile. I don't typically trade. Wow, I don't typically trade in the pre-market, mainly because I'm doing too many other things. But I will trade in the pre-market if I find an opportunity I like. Okay, guys, there's XELA. Remember XELA? So they do have some news. It's a relatively low float, $9 million, 90, sorry, $90 million contract coming into maybe. I mean, oh man, guys, hard to keep concentrating on anything else for me anyway. Anybody in this GME? Wow. Look at even, excuse me, Macy's. So Macy's had a drop and now a pop. Macy's M. Big. I mean, look at it on the weekly chart. This is only 2 days, of course, on that weekly candle, but look where it could go now. Retail's been relatively strong. Ooh, Zach, look, there are probably a number of us in INVO. This looks like what time is it now? It is 9:42. Okay, so if this is opening, well, let's put it up here, guys. If it's going to be another 5-minute halt, it'll be opening in 10 seconds. And let's just see, 1, 2, open. All right, so this is not going to be, as we speak anyway, this is going to be a longer halt. This will probably be at least a 10-minute halt. It's a computer program that kicks in. It's based on different factors, I guess, but the general sense is the stock has gone up too much in a short period of time. So it's called a volatility halt. So the exchanges halt the stock sort of for a breather. No, when it's halted, you can't trade it. You just have to wait for it to open. Yeah, there's that XELA, guys. Now the next area, looking left, 339 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it takes that out, you've got 345. So if it can get through 350 somehow, look at the room this has on that weekly chart. Well, I guess $4 looks like it could stall it. ESI, guys, is no, it's not a huge move yet, but 1960 from my options scan. Remember, I'm not playing the options. I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. It's just telling me that there's unusual option activity. Look at this. I mean, yeah, that's what you call really unusual option activity for ESI. My goodness. Check this out, guys. First of all, 416,000 contracts, number one. Is that right? And 43 times normal. Yeah, there's something going on here, guys. I don't know what is happening. This should have been trading the ESE. I do have it on. I think there's got to be something going on. It is on. I have a 15 cent offset, so that certainly is not the issue. Entry time was fine. Maybe in this development version that I'm on, it's just not working. It was just trying to demonstrate how you can, if you wanted to auto trade, say, your own strategy. I'm going to give it one more shot here. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to make an adjustment here. All right. Yeah, it opened. It was actually interesting. It was a little bit more than a 10-minute halt. Oh, Zach, and it's halted again. I remember that IJA, XELA on the float. Well, I was trying to hold this. Wanted to hold this a little bit longer. ESI. Maybe it could get through 20, but I may be wrong. I'm going to see how well it holds this area right here. It's a big float, so I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be so dynamic, but maybe I'm going to be wrong on this. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, ESI, just seeing if it could come back. The trigger was at 1960. It got up to 1982. See if we can start to come back a little bit here. Look at this, guys. What a difference. Look at this. The gap. This is the gap up and goes. Look at all the gap up and goes today. Of course, these are all the stocks they gapped up and they kept going higher. Or they're at least making new highs. They may have had a little pullback, but, you know, heading the list is at XELA. Ooh boy, INVO. So the halt was at 9:53 plus 15 seconds. What are we now? So my guess is still going to be a 10-minute halt. I haven't even had a chance to look at my my watch list. So ANPC 1170. What did it get to? 1211. Yeah, not bad, but you know it didn't hold. Well, there's the XELA. That's pretty good. 302, 353 right now. SINT 233, 246 right now. INVO, well, 874. Obviously, we're halted and it's looking like it wants to open around 10. SFT 869. Nothing really happening there. CNSL 703. 705, guys. So the watch list is performing. Look at CNSL. Man, I mean, look at the room CNSL has. Yeah, so XELA is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And it's not going to show up on the options play because guess what? It doesn't trade options. The big zero is there, so it does not trade options. Well, I say a star from the list. Well, you know, just get into the habit of looking left, okay, on these higher time frames. So what do you see? I don't see anything on the daily chart. I see something on the weekly chart. When you look left, the next highs are up here around just over 4. I mean, this may stall it on the weekly chart. Guys, keep an eye on LOTZ. LOTZ. There's the high of yesterday, 840. 840. Two highs of 840, I think. Yeah, 840. Takes that out. It's got some room. I'm going to stick an alert right here. LOTZ. Right around 839. See if it takes it out later on. All right, guys. SE is still in play. ESI is still in play. Not super dynamic yet, but I mean, look at the volume. It just doesn't trade options very often, but look at that volume. Okay. Well, excuse me. I wish you well. Okay, so as predicted, this is going to be at least another 10-minute halt at least. So 10:03 plus 15 seconds for the INVO. You guarantee it? All right. I'm all in. Oops. Okay, guys. I'm out of this one. I just don't like the way it's trading. Very small gain on ESI. Just don't like the way it's trading. I'm going to stick an alert 1981, see if it takes that out later on. Just a little gain for me on the ESI. Well, it's halted then. It's halted right now. That's the last one right there. It resumed, but it got halted at 9:53. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed because I had a ton of room. ESI had a ton of room. Still has a ton of room. Might come back later. So I have my alert set up in this area, right up here. Yeah, with other things that are really moving, it's hard to get into things that aren't moving that well or that dynamically. Well, these China, the three China EVs, LI, NIO, and XPAV are having a day. Whether that continues tomorrow, I have to see. But right now, tech is having a day. Take a look at the cues. Look at this bounce back, taking this out so far. I haven't noticed it, Sam. No, I haven't noticed it, but I'm not, I'm not trading like you are, live trading using Brokers Plus, so I haven't noticed it. Even in the sim, I haven't noticed it. Remember, this gets updated like the charts, so it will take. Oh my goodness, Zach, I'm INVO guys, so it just opened. Not shortable for me. Not that I'm looking to short it, but okay. Primo Water Core. Okay, out of Tampa. Okay, so it's a pretty big float. 154 million in the float. Doesn't trade very much. 472,000 represents 3.3 times normal. And we have another halt. Now this one is halted on the way down. All right, so this is halted on the way down. Okay, so now we're starting to get some gap up and reverses. So this is a gap up, SSRM, and now starting to reverse. But the market, look at this. The SPY is just SPY's ripping, guys. We've got severe rippage in the SPY. Look at this. That's a great move for the SPY. Wow. Take this out. Look out. Holy. Oh, I talk about choppy action though. Look at the tiger. Was up, came all the way down, is now back up. TIGR. Yeah, I mean, look, if it can get through 5 somehow, maybe not today, but tomorrow. I mean, look at the room it's got, up to 9 or so for XELA. All right. If this doesn't show you why you should not auto trade the AI, why you should manage the exits on your own, then nothing will. Take a look at INVO, guys. Entry price 631, exit price 669 because of some artificial target was hit. In a million years, why would you get out? You got in at 935, got out at 936, okay? This stock was trading so well, okay? So why would you get out? Yeah, that's why we're always saying, you want to try, auto trading the entries, that's up to you, but manage the exits on your own. I mean, that's crazy. Okay, well, XELA now is, okay, it's at that 4 level. Why not? Stick an alert around 434, see if it takes that out. Okay, this is a gap up in reverse. AYTU, underneath that whole number now. AYTU. Well, these are just area, everybody asks, well, not everybody, but people ask what levels are important. Okay, so just get used to looking at these longer term time frames. Doesn't matter what I would do, okay? It's just that, what if you can see right there on that weekly chart, look at everything right around that area. Now there's a spike high up here at 489, a topping tail, but right here is a big area to try to take out if it's going to keep going. That's all I'm just trying to identify. People ask all the time, well, where could it go to? Well, get used to looking at these higher time frames. All right, guys. Well, there's ears now. In the options play. Now, pre-market highs were way up here at 570. Looking left, 557, but the pre-market highs were up here, so it's possible. All right, guys. Ears is a winner. Now you gotta be fast. I didn't get it at 5. As somebody said, it moved too fast from that 5. But my goodness, I mean, it's at 547 right now. How you trade it is up to you. Okay, up to you. And it just got halted. I've taken some out, so just in case. Hopefully this halt is okay. And look at ESI, it is coming back also. So these are the two from my option scans. ESI, 1960. You know, it's been checkered. You know, I got a little bit of profit out of it, but you know, I still have an alert set up here. I love it because look at the room. Look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. Okay, and then we had ears at 5. Probably would have been impossible to get it right at 5. I got it a little after that, and now it's at 547 on a halt. Meanwhile, XELA, this has not been halted yet. Has not been halted today. No, has not been halted today. Yeah, I have to say I love the scanner. I truly love the scanner. Is every day a winner? Of course not. But there are enough great days in this scanner for me that I would just say, that's all I'm going to do. You know, and not every alert is the same. You know, you have to look, if you start looking left on these higher time frames, because when we get these alerts, these are already at the high of the day. So the reason for looking at, you know, the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart is to say, okay, where could this keep going to before it runs into resistance? Well, $90 million contract is, this is the reason. Whether you think it's a pumping press release, it doesn't really matter what we think. Well, I have an alert set for probably at the high of the day for ESI. This could be good tomorrow, though. I mean, if it takes out 20, I'm going to stick an alert a little higher, 1984. If it takes out 20 tomorrow, I mean, look at all the room it's got. I mean, look left on the monthly chart. The high rate there is what, almost $28. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but just an extraordinary option activity today. You know what? All right, guys, I hate to say this, but something screwy has gone on here. Remember when I first saw this option volume with some crazy number? I'm going to have to... Do you guys remember when I was talking about the option volume today with ESI? And then the percent? And it was extraordinary. Something's happened here. It's been readjusted or... Just give me a moment. I'm going to have to find out why that happened. Well, guys, there's XELA through that level now. Where it goes now? Oh. Okay, guys, XELA, 30%. What do you mean by 30% rebate? Well, the most we did have briefly one when the guys did that trend spider, and that was for about a day. Typically, we're no more than 25%. Okay, so the next one, what we're in March now. We'll probably have one, but I doubt if it'll be 25%. We'll probably have one for St. Patrick's Day, just a goofy one. Might be 20%. Okay, so psi minus 0.25 is yesterday after hours, and 0.25 is this morning. Okay, that's how we designate it. So for instance, when I look at my earnings play is up, I don't know why you would want to do that, to be honest. I would keep it like this, minus 0.25 and 25. The reason being is that a stock is in play if it released earnings after hours the day before. It is virtually always in play the next day. So that's why I do this. But I mean, if you just want to see, you'd put 0.25. If you just want to see the ones this morning, released this morning, then you could put 0.25 in both. So I wouldn't change it. Okay. Elodie, are you looking to take out an annual subscription? If you're looking to take out an annual, I might be able to help you. Okay. I'm going to private message you. Okay. Look for the private message and give me your email, please. And I'll pass that on. Okay. Ah, parti français. Oui, seulement un peu, si. Or si, oui. We sort of mix some Spanish in there. Okay, so let me give you. Just give me a moment. All right, I have just passed that on, okay? So you should get something from Kelly. Okay, so I've just passed that on, all right? What a day, guys. I mean, you know, this is a marked departure from the last couple of weeks. All right, there's Essie. I'm going to wait. I might wait for a 20 break, but Essie is back. But what a marked departure, as I say, from the last couple of weeks. We had so many stocks that were gap up and reverse, or gap down and go. And meanwhile, I don't even know what to say. I don't know how many of you are in this one. I mentioned this morning what I've been doing with GME is I had, I guess, what I'll call a core position around that 114 mark. And then I haven't traded it today, but I have been trading it, you know, for the last, I don't know, week or so. When I say trade it, you know, maybe I'll pick an area that I like to get in, pops, get out. You know, it's been working okay, but I've got definitely got my core position just rolling here. All right, 1023. How do you turn on the original setup? Are you talking about from the channel bar, Dire Time? Are you talking about from the channel bar? Oh, okay, so if you click, okay, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. Okay, and here they all are. Here are all the channels we have. So I'm assuming you probably have a blank screen right now, and if you don't, I mean, it's okay. It sounds like you're new, you probably haven't created a layout yet. But if you have created a layout, make sure before you click on anything in here, all these are layouts. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so just so you know, when you click on something from the channel bar, it is a layout. You click on another channel, it's another layout. It'll replace the previous layout, etc., etc. Okay. Well, if you just want to see my watch list, it's called Barry's Watch List. Okay, right there, Barry's Watch List. Okay, so you should be getting something. You won't get it from me. You'll get it from Kelly, okay? Elodie, you'll get it from Kelly. It won't be from me. She'll send you the code and my link and all that, okay? Well, INVO not dead. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, warrants. Well, I don't know. I mean, we have a warrants symbol list. Whether it's extensive enough for you, I don't know. But we do have a warrant symbol list. So if you say go to an alert window, click on configure, go to symbol lists, add existing lists, and we have somewhere, just keep scrolling down, somewhere warrants. Here we are, warrants. Okay, so if you click on warrants, it's going to show up over here. And then you can attach it using exclude the following list and attach it. Okay. Now, does that mean every single stock that is a warrant is not going to come through? I cannot guarantee that. I don't know how often it gets updated. The other thing, no, there's not a warrant exclusion. I don't think it's not a warrant exclusion here. No. Best you can do. I don't see too many warrants coming through, so it doesn't really doesn't bother me. Yeah, just wait for it. All right, guys. Well, look at ESI. It is now above 20 and maybe starting to roll here. Just give me a moment here. And wow, it's 10:30 already. What a fast morning. Just give me a moment here, guys. I have to pass some information on. Ah. All right, guys. I am now 2003. Wow. Okay, this is a great level. Maybe I want to see how much this base is, how long this base is here. This is the ESI. Okay, so the only thing I can suggest, Ethan, because I can't possibly know exactly what you have done, but you have to check your limit offset. How far outside, and if you go into like say a long strategy, and your limit offset, I don't just check on see what the limit offset said. If it's like minus 2 cents, you probably won't get too many fills. As an example, okay? It's all to do with the limit offset. If a stock is really moving quickly, so that's the first thing I would check. That's about all I can help you with. Well, then you're going to have to send. The only thing I can suggest is you send your log. I can't help you then. Go to help and send files to support, okay? And they'll take a look at your log files. Because if your limit offset is 25 cents, that should have, well, certainly I would have got the INVO. But I can't help you. Somebody has to really take a look at your log. All right, guys. Wow, 10:32 already. I'm a little bit late. First of all, if you're new to the trading room, welcome to the trading room. This is the format. Mondays through Fridays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Again, you know what, Ethan? Go to info. I don't have one. I don't know if there is one, but if there is, go to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? And ask for it. I don't have it. Now, first of all, I just want to put my link into the YouTube room so you guys can follow along. Okay. Now, in the main trading room, there is a tab called Barry's Homepage. Hopefully you can find it. When you find it, click on it, and this is what you'll see. You'll see right there the link to the homepage. All right, so here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry for Alpha is the promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, I just want to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. Okay, we have 4 plans. So we have an annual plan for premium and standard. It would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That is the main reason why people will take a look at our premium service. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. I'm going to go over the AI. This is the one that gave you the Invo 631. It's 1043 right now, up 65% as an example, okay? You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 228 or 118. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, all right? Please listen to me carefully. We get the emails all the time. How come I'm being paid? How come I'm being charged full price for the second month? Well, that's just the way it is. If we were going to offer a 15% discount every month, why would anybody take out an annual program, right? So anyway, that is but you can go just month to month if that's what you want to do. More information on my homepage. You can subscribe to the Trade of the Week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap video. You can subscribe for it right there. It's probably the most popular portion or part of my homepage. All the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. This is the layout that you see here, okay? The one that I'm sharing. So click for, remember, it's a layout. So make sure that if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. And here are all the other scans that I'm sharing. You can kind of pick and choose what you might want. And this is the one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Lot of education right here. If you're new to trade ideas, I would really, really encourage you to take the 20 short lessons. I like to put that link in on its own. Luby, that's a question that I don't know. Okay, you'll have to ask accounting. I don't get involved in what happens on a renewal. Okay, you can ask them. I don't know. I don't get involved in accounting at all. So if you click on that 20 short lessons, this is what you'll see. So again, this is where I really strongly encourage anybody who's brand new to trade ideas. Goes over all of the basic features. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, customizing charts, single stock window, etc. They're not videos, it's all text-based. You can go through them very quickly. Okay, and if you don't have trade ideas, you can still click on that link and you can see what we have to offer. Guys, what to say about ears? It had the pullback, and now look at it. And again, this is from, man, this is from, winners. ESI, it's up 20 now. This was an alert at $5. Probably a little bit tough to get it right at 5, but it's at $6 now. What a day. So again, if you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that 20 lessons and you can see what we have to offer. We have in that education section, daily support session, okay? So there is a YouTube room that is concurrent to this one. I monitor it at the same time as the main trading room. It's in essence, it's the same thing. They see my screen, they can hear me. It's just that there's a lot more interaction among traders in this room, what I call the main trading room. But, you can go to the YouTube room if that's what you want to do. And what happens is I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. And today it'll be Steve Gomez. And he's the kind of the originator of all the trades of the week. So you can ask him questions about the trades of the week. But it is a general Q&A. So before I go on my break, I will put the link into the room. So if you want to head over there for between 12 and 1, you can listen to Steve. Of course, here's the free trading room here. Daily webinars. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos are here. And back to basics. Oh, this just got added. Back to basics. Watch these videos, guys. And trading books. Trading books, ebooks that we created. This is a really cool one. Michael and his wife take you through a series of videos. Jess was a ranked beginner, and it's pretty interesting. I'm glad it's on here again. What is a stock? Okay, literally, what is a stock? And so if you're brand new to trading, back to basics. So what I would do is you can save my link. My link is here. You can save that link, and then you can take a look at everything later on, all the education, all my scans. And again, if you want to take out a subscription, you know where to go. Get out of there. All right, guys, I do now want to talk about trade ideas in general. Okay, what is Trade Ideas? Well, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan that I put together. It's very simple, called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right-click on it, Configure, click on Summary. So this is, I'm sharing this scan. And as I always say, here are the filters that I'm using. I'm looking at stocks between 1 and 20. If you want to make a change, a different price range you want, of course you can go ahead and make a change. This is the minimum volume that I was looking for, and other filters are in place. So what happens is, if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. So what we did is, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we as in Trade Ideas, we said, okay, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we created all of these alerts, lots and lots of different alerts, okay? I'm not going to go over them all, but lots of alerts, and when you get to these icons, these are the filters. I would say for the vast majority of people, we have created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you a scan, to scan for things that you like to see, for the vast majority. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. So that's sort of the basis of Trade Ideas. We have something that we call our AI, or Holly, as a sort of a nickname. And this is what it looks like. I'm going to go over it. I'm going to show you what the premise behind it is. I believe we have about 75 baseline strategies now. And so once the market closes today, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 75 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market was closed. Out of those 75, these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut usually meaning a certain profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other factors. Now, I always say this, I don't care which strategies made the cut. I don't care if it's Holly Grail, Holly Neal. To me, it makes no difference whatsoever. This is my recommendation on how to watch. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this one, strategy window, the strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you will see, okay? And you just wait for the alerts to happen. This will be blank before the market opens, and what you can do is, if you can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. So you have an entry price. Again, you don't have to get in right at the penny. You want to watch it trade for a bit, you can do that. You have an entry though, it's a real-time entry, and you have a stop. And then it's up to you to manage the trades. This is what I was saying before. To manage this trade, you'd be crazy to have exited at 669 because the AI kicked in and exited at 669. I mean, look where it moved. I'm sorry, wrong. Invo. I mean, look what it did. I mean, it got all the way up to 11. Now, I'm not saying maybe you wanted to take out some, but you have to. Well, our recommendation is that you manage the exits on your own. You will way more maximize your profits using the AI if you do that. So apps 67.48 entry. There's your stop. Here's your last price. It's up 4%, which is nothing shabby. I know. I mean, it's hard when you see something up 60%, but that is the AI. No videos on how to use it. Okay, you use it how you see fit. Now, I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. So, if you happen to have an interactive broker's account, I'm going to pop this video in to the room. All right. So this is called the B Plus Connections. Disregard E-Trade and TDA. Just look at the IB one. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. You connect to your Interactive Brokers account, all right, by clicking on Live. Now, I should also back up a little bit. This is not available if you're using our web-based version, only with the app. Okay, so watch that video, and then it's going to show you, okay, you can click Live, then you'll be connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use this window to actually trade your account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Other than the fact that it's more aesthetically pleasing, I believe, to trade using this window rather than from within IB, but there's more to it than that, or there would have to be a lot more to it than that. So for instance, I click on Sabre, and I look at it, and I say, yeah, I'd like to trade it. I go back, I hover over this trade, and notice how these buying and shorting options appear. How did these appear? Well, you can create your own, and by watching that video, it's going to show you exactly how. Once you've created them, then this becomes what we call one-click trading, with a stop and everything, your risk, etc., all included. One-click trading. You pick how you want to trade the. Some setups might be a little bit different. You want to use one way of trading it. That's completely up to you. But this is how you set. But watch that video, and it'll show you how to set them up. And this is what we call one-click trading. If you get into a trade, these are some hotkeys that we have for you. So if you wanted to get out of a trade, you would flatten it. You would highlight. I'm going to show you in the simulator how it's done. Or you could get a half your trade, or you could double your trade, or of course you could pick how many shares and sell, right here. Yeah, I mean, sometimes Sam or Sai, we're at the mercy of our data provider, and PRTS. I don't know if did they release yesterday. Yeah, I mean, we say March 8th pre-market, so that was yesterday before the market opened. That's what we say anyway. So we have it pre-market yesterday, not after hours. Well, then that's our that's something our data provider didn't have. Well, there's no point in contacting support. Our data provider said March the 8th pre-market. Okay, now is that wrong? Maybe. I mean, if it's for sure it was after hours yesterday, then that's just our data provider. Nothing they can do now, of course. But you're right. It looks like they released after hours. So, that's a mistake that our data provider had. Let me, but I can contact Brad, who is okay, I've let them know. There's nothing you can do now. Maybe for the next release. Sometimes what happens is, these companies change. Maybe they were supposed to release yesterday before the market opened, and they delayed it. It's just going to be one of those things. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, Juanita, you're very insistent. Very insistent. Insistent cat. All right, so where was I? Okay, now I want to talk about the simulator. All right, again, all this is available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So this is this is again Brokers Plus. So I would really strongly encourage that if you're new to trading, do not commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. It's that simple. We have a great simulator right there. You click on Sim, and it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Very simple to use. You click on an alert. Notice how the symbol changes. I clicked on EBIX. The symbol changes. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price. And if you're going to buy the stock, you click buy. Probably a lot of you, if you're new to trading, you may not want to short, but this is a great way to practice shorting, to show you kind of what it does. All right. A lot of you, I know, don't want to short, but there's no reason for it really. So you can practice shorting also right here. So how I like to do this, I like to show you how you can take a trade on, say, a pullback. Look at SE guys now, ESI. I've got a bug in this though. I've got some kind of a bug. You see, what I've done here is I've turned this strategy on. It does say on, and it's supposed to be taking these trades in auto fashion. And then what I would be doing is I would be managing the exits. And it's just not doing it. But I'm in a development version, so it may be, I'm going to have to pass that on to them. Anyway, so to practice trading. So let's take a look at Sabre as an example, okay? SABR. Let's just say you wanted to take Sabre, but you didn't want to take it right here. You thought, you know what, I'd much rather take it on a pullback. So you look at this 2-minute chart and think, okay, you know what, if it pulls back to 1584, I wouldn't mind taking that trade. So what you do is you pick how many shares you want to do that at. Let's just do 300. And what did I say, 1584? I'm going to type 1584 in both of these boxes here. Okay, I'm going to click buy, and you'll see a nice big bright blue line appears on the chart. Okay, right there. So if Sabre price gets down to 1584, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can, take a trade on a pullback. Now, if for some reason, the market's moving higher and everything looks good, and so yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a bounce play if it did that. But let's say the market starts to tank, I could always go into orders and cancel. Just highlight it and cancel it, okay? Now all this, by the way, is the same. You can do all of this if you had an Interactive Brokers account. I'm just demonstrating, of course, in the simulator right now. Now the other thing you can do is, let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted to take Sabre. If it broke the high of the day, you would just put the price at the highs of the day. Okay, if that's what you wanted to do, so above the current price. Now let's actually take a trade, because now we're going to start talking about stops and money management. Okay, very important. When you get into a trade, no, I didn't change the symbol list, no. Not that I'm aware of. I'll just do a quick check. Just give me a moment. No, it's there. You must have, I don't know what you've done, but it's definitely there, unless you're, and you're using the right symbol list, right? You haven't changed it. It's best WL. It's going to be like that almost forever. Best WL. So I have not changed it. Well, it's here in What do you mean what scan? It's in my watch list. It's in the symbol list that I attached here. So it's not the scan. I mean, it's in the it's in this one. I mean, the alert window made a new high at some point. Okay, let's take a trade though, because I do want to talk about money management and all of that. Wow, look at this one, guys. Oh boy, EBIX. Look at the room it's gone. It's through the 200-day, 28.56, a little bit above that 200-day. There's that green line right there. When you look left, it's got some room to 33, but more importantly, if it can shatter through 33, and I'm not saying it's going to happen today or ever, but look where it could go. I mean, $50. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, listen, give me about 2 minutes, okay? I'll be right back, and I'll resume talking about Brokerage Plus, etc., and using it in the simulator, talking about risk management, talking about the importance of placing stops. But just give me a couple of minutes, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. So we're talking about taking a trade and having a stop in place. I just want to take this EBIX trade, okay? I want to show you how to do it. EBIX is, let's see, it's about an 8-cent spread. I mean, it's not the end of the world. So I'm going to take the trade. I'm going to take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to go in at the market, okay? So it took the trade at 29.12, okay? I'm going to put a stop. And again, I know I always say this. I want to make the math easy. I'm going to put a stop at 28.82, 20 cents away. I'm sorry, 28.92. Actually, it wouldn't be bad. It's almost there in that 2-minute chart. So I'm going to add this stop. Now, before you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is. So I just put 28.92, and you're going to see right on the chart, it appears, okay? So that red line is your stop. So again, the whole purpose of a stop is, unfortunately, not every trade you get into is going to work. And so you have to have a price where you're getting out of the trade. Don't be stubborn, egotistical, pig-headed, whatever you want to call yourself, okay? You have to have a price where you're going to get out, because not every trade is going to work. Now, here's where the chart reading experience comes in, because your question would be, well, how do I know where to put my stop? Well, again, if I look at this 2-minute chart, it looks like there's reasonable support right around this area. It's pretty tight for a $29 stock, but so I put it at 28.92, happens to be 20 cents away. I just wanted to make the math easy, because here's the next step. When you start trading, don't get into the mindset of, well, I'm going to take 500 shares a trade, I'm going to take 100 shares a trade, 200 shares a trade. How many shares you take will be dictated by the price you get in minus the stop, or where the stop is. So if it's 20 cents away, for instance, and you can say risk $100 a trade, and how much you can risk per trade will be dependent on your account size, of course. You're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade if your account size is $5,000. So let's just say you can risk $100 a trade and you have a 20-cent stop. Well, if you divided 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Again, I just wanted to make the math easy. So what that would mean is, if you had taken 500 shares of this with a 20-cent stop and you got stopped out, the most you'd lose would be $100 in theory, okay? I mean, sometimes, there's a little bit of slippage involved, etc. Okay? So that is the whole concept, when you're starting out. And that's why practice in the simulator. And it's great. It's using our real-time data. Again, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Next step is obeying your stop. Because you might be listening to me and you might think, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I should sort of have an idea where I want to get out. I don't want to lose. I don't want to destroy my whole account. Yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. So that's the most I want to lose on a trade. So with all the best intentions in the world, you put your stop in, and guess what happens? Stock price starts to move down towards your stop. And you really start to second guess where that stop is, because you can't believe this trade is going to work. The setup was great. You heard great things, etc., etc. So you start moving your stop down. You move it down a bit. And it starts to approach that new stop. On and on and on. You keep moving it down because you just won't give up. We've all done it. You'll do it, I'll guarantee, okay? And so all of a sudden that $100 loss, manageable, turns into a $500 loss. That's when you give up and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. So, how to counteract that? Leave your stop in place. If it hits your stop, it's going to take you out automatically. It takes all of the emotion out of trading. Okay? It just takes all the emotion out. And that's what I would practice, okay? The emotional part of trading. Keeping your stop in place. The other thing you can do is, if the trade really starts to work well, you can start moving that stop up, okay? Because if the trade starts working well, there could be another area on the chart where there's maybe a new support area. so that if it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the chart, out of the trade. I mean, ideally, you'd love, call it a trailing stop, if you will. Okay? So, Wenhan, I don't know how I can help you. When you say it's not consistent with another window strategy trade, I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, it's a class designation, Poe. I mean, all brokers sometimes look at those and handle them in different ways. Other than that, I can't really comment on it. Guys, SE turned out okay, guy. I mean, I waited for the 20 break, so I'm in, a lot later than probably a lot of you, but SE turned out okay. And of course, the ears, I don't know what yours was, again, when you have a low float situation, you hear me say this all the time, you cannot wander away from your computer. All right? 10 million in the float, 10.8 million in the float is a very low float situation. So you can't get into a trade like this and then wander away because this can happen. Okay, as fast as it can go up, it can go down just as quickly. Well, I guess it. Okay, so Wenhan, listen. I mean, the AI. If you have it in this is in conservative mode. Okay, that the AI gets out on a profit save or a target hit or a time. How you handle the trade will be different or can be different. Okay, Brokers Plus. I mean, that means you haven't exited the trade. You must be in moderate mode. Okay, it's hard for me to know, but if I look at the AI and you've chosen, and if you've chosen the mode of moderate instead of conservative, you'll still be in the trade unless it hits a stop. That's about all I can say. If that's not the answer, then I'm going to have to direct you to info@tradeideas.com and maybe get an answer from one of the other traders, especially ones who specialize more in Brokers Plus. I mean, the only reason it'll be in your Brokers Plus window is because you haven't exited the trade. But here, you must be in moderate then. I don't know, are you auto trading the AI? I mean, that's why, I have to hammer this point home again. Look where the AI got out of this trade. Entry was a 631, exit at literally within a minute at 669 because some target was hit, or I call it an artificial target. I mean, who in their right mind would, on a stock that is doing this, get out? Right here. I mean, the trade is still really working. Now, did we know it was going to go up to 12? Of course not. But the trade was still working. So that's why we're always saying manage the exits on your own. Wouldn't have been Anthony. It might have been Andy. Yeah, okay. So it was Andy. Okay. All right, guys. So I just want to draw your attention to the max P&L and distance from exit price columns, okay? Yeah, not in the simulator, I don't believe, Chirag. In your real account, you can put a trailing stop, yes. So, draw your attention to max P&L and distance from exit price, okay? So if I got out of this trade right now, the YBIX trade right now, and I'd be up $4.76. The max I could have been up in this one would have been $18. I mean, I'm hopefully we'll get a way better example later on, okay? Because what this can help you is on your exits. Most people, and we all struggle with exits. I mean, you exit something and it moves another $2, $3, $4, and you look at all the money you left on the table. Hopefully it doesn't happen over and over and over again. Having this max P&L and open P&L column can really help. Or close, because it'll show you where you closed out. And then and in relation to, so let me explain it more like this. Let's just say the max P&L is at $200, and then the stock started to drift down, 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 and you actually exited for a loss. You should obviously never let that happen, okay? If you're in a nice profit position and you start to see the stock start to sink, you've got to take something out. I'm not saying you have to take everything out, but you cannot let a nice profitable position turn into a loss. So that's one thing that you may notice. The other thing is the distance from the exit price. And again, hopefully I'll have one and it'll be really dramatic. So if you get out of a trade and you went long, what you'd love to see is the distance from the exit price is some big negative number. What that would mean is, let's just say for argument's sake, you got out of a trade at 10 and you saw, minus 80 cents. That means that now the price is 9.20. Obviously your exit was pretty darn good at 10 if the current price is now 9.20. So I like to see these two columns. It gives me an idea of how good I am at exiting. Okay? Okay, my trader, all you have to do is right click on the scan, okay, the one you're trying to share. Right click on it, go down to save or share to cloud, save and share. And I don't think you have to say okay, but just say okay or copy or something like that when it says save or share, and then say okay or copy all. Just say okay. Once you've done that, that means the scan is copied. There you go. You're way ahead of me. Then I'll just say to paste it in. So my scan here does not typically give too many alerts. So I mean, if you're somebody has to be in a trade all day long, then that scan probably is not for you. But I love it. I mean, I'm it's corny, but I'll take quality over quantity any day. Okay. Now, do they all work exactly the same way? Like these two work today? I mean, these are awesome. I mean, 1960 getting up to 2038 with the potential. I mean, who knows where this is going to run? And then the years 5 getting up to 626. I mean, that's just a great percentage move. But I am a trader that doesn't have to be in a trade all day long. OPGN for the long run. Well, it'll all depend on how much room it has. So obviously, I know it had a big day yesterday. Big sell-off though. I mean, that's the sort of thing that scares me a little bit. but that's what I thought was going to look at eyes, but that didn't matter today. So remember now, this stock got up to 408 yesterday, but it closed way down here. It is popping again. So for long term, I mean, it's going to have to get through this and this. I mean, it could work, but you know, it's a low float situation, 20 million in the float. I can't remember what the news was, if it's going to be enough to sustain it. So to me, it would have to really get through these areas before I would really consider it. So it's nothing, it's a bio, you know, you always run the risk that they're going to do a financing on you. But to me, it's just nothing that I'm interested in right now. Well, sure. I mean, listen, swing trading, day trading, long position holds, it's a mindset. Okay, Ryzen. For instance, now I'm more of a day trader, okay, intraday trader. But look at ESI. You know, so here is ESI. If you look left, look at the room it's got. You know, I'm not saying it's going to get to 2788, but if this closed well, you could make up your mind, even though this came on a, call it a day trading scan, you could make up your mind saying, wow, this has got a lot of room to run, maybe, so I'll hold it. Okay, that's up to you. That's just a mindset. I tend not to label anymore. You know, and a lot of these, especially the scans that are the alerts that I get, because every single alert that I see is at the high of the day. So because it's at the high of the day, I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. That's why I have these higher time frames here, daily, weekly, and monthly, because then I say to myself, okay, great. How much more could this go without encountering any chart resistance? And you know, and the times that I do swing, you know, it would be something that probably would look like this. I'm not saying I'm going to swing ESI, but it would be something that would look like this because I just think, wow, it's got a lot of room. Okay? So a Siri, the blue arrow on the EBIX price chart. Okay, so let's take a look at EBIX. Okay, so you're talking about this. So every time you click on in an alert window, so an A window, you click on an alert. So EBIX as an example, at 10:26, that was the first time it was alerted. The price was 29.05. The blue arrow is just showing you the candle in which it happened. So on the 15-minute chart, there's the candle in which that the alert happened. It's hard to see it here, but here it is on the 2-minute chart. Here it is on the 5-minute chart. Okay, so it's kind of cool to look back and say, okay, that's where I got the alert. So on the chart, it's telling you what did it do from there. Okay. And it's not an option, it just automatically appears, okay? People ask about these buy buttons, okay? These are previous AI alerts. Yeah, I really don't want to do a recommendation like that, Joel. Everybody's going to be different. Also, if you're in the States, you know, I mean, you're going to need $25,000 if you're for the pattern day trade. Okay, in Canada, okay. Yeah, I really don't have a recommendation price-wise. I'm sorry. other people may have an idea. I really hate giving advice like that. You know, I mean, I always think that 25,000 is a good start no matter what. But I mean, that's a lot of people I know don't have that amount. So. Hey, give me a moment, please, while I shaken, not stirred. There we go. Get that honey dispersed through my water so I can keep talking. There you go, PJ. It's just honey and water, guys. That's all it is. So I can keep talking all day. Okay, Siri, I don't know if you've watched the video because a lot of these questions I know can be answered in that video. Okay, I'm not sure, you know, answer me truthfully now. Have you watched this B Plus video? Nothing will move it automatically, okay? Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's just a little bit of honey in the water. It does wonders for the throat all day. Well, guys, I haven't really. Let's see, only 2 alerts from my options, but they were, you know, after the initial. I took ESI initially, and then closed it out for a little modest gain, and then boom, it took out 20, got back in. Again, you understand, I'm not ever going to tell you to take these trades, any trade. They get pointed out. If it meets your trading plan and it makes sense when I'm talking about something, then you take the trade. If it doesn't make sense, you don't take the trade. But I'm not here to tell you what to buy and sell. And of course, one of the other major reasons I'm here is to try to help people understand how to, you know, the ins and outs of using trade ideas. So did that nope mean you haven't watched the video? If you haven't watched the video, please watch it. A lot of things that you have this one question, you might have another one. A lot of the things that you're asking is covered in that video. It's about a 28-minute long video. Okay, so I popped it in. Okay. Just underneath where you said what video, I just popped in the link for it, okay? And disregard, I know it has a reference to E-Trade and to TDA. Disregard those, okay? Yeah, it says don't repeat. I have this one. I mean, you know, the one I'm sharing with you guys is the repeat version. That's all. No, E-Trade is you know close, but don't ask me. I mean, it is. I mean, I think there's some little bugs that still have to be solved. TDA is a major issue with the API. Okay, it's not just a little bug here and there. It's a major issue. I have no idea when or if that will get solved. But E-Trade, you know, I do have confidence that at some point in the near distant future, that E-Trade will be added to the mix. Guys, if you know me a little bit, today could be the first day of bike riding for me. You know, I like to do that in the summer, but okay. So we're getting rid of that Wenhan. Okay, the best of conservative moderate. Okay, we're getting rid of that. So disregard it. I would pick moderate. Okay, just disregard the in the you'll notice that in the version that I've got, that is no longer an option. Okay, conservative or moderate. That's it. It's not the best of. So just disregard it. Okay. I would probably pick moderate. But then again, I am not auto trading ever the AI. But just as a general, you know, you'll see here I've got these columns: aggressive, moderate, and conservative. What conservative is that's where the A, if you followed the AI exactly, getting in and exactly out where the AI gets out in what we call conservative mode, following it exactly, you know, a target got hit or some kind of a profit was taken. That's conservative mode. Moderate is leaving it in right to the end of the day. What would happen if you left it in right to the end of the day, assuming the stop never got hit? And that's why aggressive and moderate will look exactly the same. Aggressive is, again, what if you left it in, even if the stop got hit, what would have happened? These are what if scenarios, okay? So, so there. So again, Wenhan, I'm not trying to slough it off, but it's being discontinued. No, I have a couple other machines at home that I use. Well, I have an elliptical, and I'm really getting into the ball a lot more. I've had a ball for a long time, but I'm really getting more into it. All right, guys. So what time is it? 11:31. So today again is Tuesday. So Steve Gomez will be. How is the trade of the week doing, Levi? I haven't even looked at it today. Pretty good, I guess. What was the? Can't remember what the trigger was. 23. Or was it 24? 24.30 or so. Yeah, Wenhan, I'm always on a development version, okay? So it's not even a beta version. I'm always on a development version. I get 7 months. I get about 7 months, believe it or not. It's not bad. You know, remember Vancouver is no snow. Sorry, guys. You shouldn't get sidetracked like this. And, you know, listen, I'll be honest here. I mean, you know, this GME is just, I mean, I don't have to do anything today. I mean, this GME, I don't know where it's going. I don't know where this is going. I mean, it's been amazing, though. And Moff, you and I have to have a talk about Boston at some point. Because I live there for one glorious year. So, Wenhan, listen, I don't know if you've seen this video, watch the video. You're asking a lot of questions about Brokers Plus, okay? And I don't know if you've watched this video because it really goes into a lot of it. Okay, when you're talking about position sizing and all of that. So have you watched that video? I just put the video link underneath that last question. It covers so much. Even if it doesn't cover all the questions that you have right now, I would absolutely encourage you to watch that video. It's about 27 minutes long. If you're serious, because these are all auto trading questions, okay? You're going to start auto trading. You better really know what the heck you're doing. All right, let's take a look at AMC. It's lagging. I mean, it's not nowhere near as dynamic as GME. But listen, if it can take out, you know what? I'm going to stick an alert around 11:08. It's not going to happen today, more than likely. But, you know, it may start to catch up. Now, the only thing is, look at this, March 10th. So it actually has earnings such as they're going to be after hours tomorrow. You know, so Ija, I wouldn't be taking it now. Look at eyes. It just cannot hold. Look what's happening again with eyes. You just cannot hold. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market really is just kind of flattening out now. It's kind of flattening out. Look at this 15-minute chart. So we had a big gap, a nice gap up in pre-market. It kept moving higher and higher and higher, and now we're just kind of flattening out a little bit anyway on all time frames. It's only going to, well, okay, the which I haven't used in a long time. One day, well, there, three, okay. So what it should show you, the consolidation will not be today. It's the three previous days. So if you're looking at it today, it should show you 3 days of consolidation, the three previous days. It won't show today. So typically, people are looking for consolidation breaks. So if you put consolidation of 3 days and then created a scan and then ran it today, and maybe the scan said, give me high relative volume, a volume increase, all sorts of things. In theory, maybe that means it would break out of those of the 3 previous days of consolidation. That's typically the reason why people want to use it. It is the previous, yes. So if you're looking at it today, it's looking at the previous 3 days, yes. Okay, guys. So I'm in the room. Also, other things going on. So, just to answer your question, Winhan. So, the next beta release. The question was, you see, we have here in the AI. We got rid of the AI trade mode. We had conservative / moderate and moderate. Okay, and we got rid of it. Okay, you choose one or the other. I think it said best of. The next beta release on our website will reflect this. Okay, you either pick moderate or conservative. The other trading room, Siri, is here. Whoops. Oh, no, don't do this. Whew. Okay, that's a... JB, how do you place your order directly through IB? Settings? I don't know. um, I mean, again, I haven't changed my settings in 4 years, so I have it on adaptive, I guess. Good to cancel and fill outside of hours. No, nothing fancy. I'm just looking here. I mean, I have nothing fancy in my order entry box. Limit price. All right, guys. Levi. All right, I have to dig it up. What was the price? 24.25. So, it's not bad. 24.25 was the trigger, and even today you could have got it right around that price. Okay, this is the trade of the week. The trigger was 20. The suggested entry was about 24.25. Do not get hung up if you couldn't get it right on the penny. This is not, these trades of the week are not meant to be, I don't know, you trade them any way you want, but they are designed for longer term holds. You can just see Levi, I mean, it's old school. It's not tech. It may be super boring, but maybe that's what, we need right now. Boy, Tiger. Look at this one go. Look at ears. I'm not in ears anymore, guys. I am not in it anymore. One of the reasons I'm not in it anymore is because of the float, okay? And because I cannot concentrate 100% on trading. I was watching it up here and so got out and, now it is starting to come back a bit. But, I have to be a little more nimble maybe than the average person because I cannot spend 100% time on following things. And you might say, well, just put a stop in. I could, but something like this with a low float, I prefer to really manage it on my own and kind of try to watch it as best I can. I'm typically not in more than two trades at the same time, so it's relatively easy for me to manage my trades on my own. And this one, I am still in this one. Higher float. Don't anticipate it to, all of a sudden have a huge red candle down. All right, guys. Okay, take a look at EBIX now. I mean, this could be really interesting, going forward. That the next high looking left, well, it's 32.90. Doubt if it'll get there today. You never know. But if it can get through 32.90, I mean, look left, guys. Look at the room that EBIX has. Now, there was a reason why this got trashed. But it's trying to crawl back. All right. Well, listen, AMC is moving here. AMC is moving, but again, has earnings tomorrow after hours. I would never be. One rule that I never ever break is holding a stock through earnings. And I don't care. Somebody could say to me, "Oh yeah, but I've heard their earnings are going to be fantastic." I just don't care. I'm not talking AMC, but just in general. Probably not 2 days back. I mean, we have doji setups. So if you're talking the day of, one of the symbol lists we have, let me just, before I say something that isn't correct, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are, daily. Okay, so you can scan, and again, this is a daily candle, okay? So, you know, if you scan at the end of today when the market closes. So let me just show you. Okay, let me just show you. So right click on an alert window or a top list window. Configure. So you would construct your top list window or your alert window, and then go to symbol lists, click on add existing list, and then scroll down until you see daily. And there's a little plus sign beside daily. Explode it. So here we have doji. We have four types of doji patterns, okay? And so you would, if you just want straight doji, click on it, and then it'll move over. And then you could attach it only the following lists. You would say, you know, this is a drop-down menu, only the following list, and you would just check doji. Okay? And then, depending on what, you know, a top list window, whatever you're going to assign it to, then you can find the dojis of the day. So James, what weekly watch list are you talking about? Are you talking about the trade of the week? So I don't know what weekly watch list you're talking. There is no weekly watch list. The only thing that gets sent out is the trade of the week Monday morning. And I know we do seem to have, for whatever reason, people have problems with it. The email, I don't know how it gets sent. You know, we always tell people, okay, check your spam. If you have Gmail, check your promotions. So I don't know what you're talking about, a weekly watch list. I think you're probably talking about the weekly trade of the week, right? Yeah, I do too. But for some, it doesn't come in smoothly, and that's why we say check your spam, or if you have, and it's amazing. Either A, it's in your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, and I'm sure other email packages have something similar. Gmail has their promotions, and it goes there, and people find it there. So this, Chris, the Smart Stop, it's kind of proprietary. It takes a look at the volatility of the stock for the course of the day, the high and the low, takes those numbers and creates what we call a Smart Stop. Well, the Smart Stop, though, if you click on an alert, okay, Saber. So let me get a brand new one. Tiger, okay, just got an alert. What it's saying is, this is just a guide, of course. If you took this trade right here at 1945, and obviously on a guide basis, I would never have a stop this wide. But that's where it's suggesting a Smart Stop would be. It's just a suggestion. Nothing to do with the AI. Okay? So every time you click on an alert, a real-time alert, it's saying, okay, here's a Smart Stop for you. Now you can see where it's doing it, but I would never obey that. That's way too much. Oh no, it's not personalized for you, no. All right, so James, you know what? The person who is going to be very interested in your comment, is Steve Gomez, because he's the originator of the Trade of the Week. He gets the question all the time. He's going to be in that room in about 9 minutes, and you can ask him and complain to him. He's had this complaint for 4 or 5 years. Yeah, the trade of the week. So have you checked your spam, and have you checked, if you have Gmail, have you checked your promotions file or your promotions folder? You've checked both and it's not there. I don't know. There's a mystery with that one. But Steve is going to be, and he, it definitely affects him because he's the originator and he obviously wants to get it out to as many people as possible. So tell him, he'll probably ask for your email and see what he can do. But he's frustrated too. So guys, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put in a link to our YouTube room. Okay, link to our YouTube room. So when I leave in about probably a little over 5 minutes, you can head over there. Steve Gomez will be there. And again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. You can ask him not just stuff about the trades of the week, but more than welcome to do that. But general Q&A. He's way more of a swing trader than I am. So stick around, James, okay? And you just found it in promotions. There you go. Why it goes there, I don't know. But if you can find a way to say, no, this should be in my inbox. What do I think about timber, TMBR? I've been asked that question in our YouTube room. Not much. I mean, right now, it's up it's up 15%. It came off, it held the 200-day at least, but it's got a lot of resistance right around here, I think. So unless there's some news catalyst, I do see announces a presentation at some conference, I guess. But it's got to get through all this. It's a low float, so if it gets some really good news, it could explode right through it. But of course I cannot predict that. It depends. If you sort of said, okay, this is what I'm looking for, I can maybe help. Talking to you, Hack07. So, it depends what you're looking for. If it's more, but we have other traders who, I am a momentum trader. So if you're not a momentum trader, then I may not be the best person, but we have other traders that you can say, okay, I'll give you the email address you can use, but you can try me. I'm not, though I'm going to be taking a break very soon. And that's the beauty of it, because you could send something to info@trade-ideas.com, and you could say something. I'd like to build a scanner that does this, 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 and this, and if we can help, then we'll do it. Sometimes we get questions though. One of the biggest. I know it sounds crazy, but for instance, we don't have EMAs. We have a lot of SMAs. So we'll get questions. I want to be able to do this, and we'll just have to say, well, unfortunately, we don't have the data points for that. We don't have that. So if we don't have it, we'll tell you. All right, guys. So I'm actually just waiting for Steve to enter the YouTube room. So I'm going to put my announcement here. I'll be back at about 12:30. So I'd be keeping an eye on this one, this ESI guys, a potential swing trade. It depends how it closes. I have my kind of rules for swing trading. I like to see it close near the high of the day. I want to see, of course, a lot of room. I don't want it to be, and I don't want to have the 200-day moving average on top of it. And of course, I will not swing something through earnings. I haven't gone over my four rules for swing trading in a while.
All right. Looks like I'm broadcasting. Good to know. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. All right. All right. So I'm Steve. I'll be taking over for Barry here for the next hour. And this is the official Trade Ideas live support session. So you can use the questions panel and you can hit me up and you can talk about whatever you want or have me trying to demonstrate whatever you need me to demonstrate. Hello, Aja. Hello, James. Hello, Mike. All right, let me drop this link into another room to help people. All right, hello, everybody. Here we go. So this market is very difficult for somebody like me right now because I'm a swing trader. And if I don't take my profits quickly, they are gone the next day. So I'm not doing a whole lot right now because it's just kind of the way it's been. Let me get my pen up. Illustrate. So this is what I'm starting to see here, just this giant megaphone pattern, an expanding range that just seems to know no bounds, head faking and neck snapping. So in order for me to get back on the bullish wagon, I'm going to need a few days of closure above these moving averages. All right, we'll see how today winds up. Yesterday was a major rejection, closed on lows, and somebody said something overnight, and we gap up and run. So it's not really the kind of environment I'm enjoying right now as a swing trader. So I take my ball and I go home. I go to cash, and I just wait for things to set up rather than try to fight the uncertainty of it all. I mean, if you're killing it on the swing trade, God bless you. More power to you. Sorry, I'm typing to somebody there. All right, guys. Well, that's how I'm starting it off. It's a whipsaw, neck snapping, megaphone, shoots and ladders, volatile, giant range, whatever you want to call it, type market. I never got into Levi, Sam. I was basically bearish coming into the day yesterday. So that was a selection for people that were bullish and wanted to participate long, and I'm glad it's working. Don't get me wrong, I'm just one opinion out there. That's what makes a market. So I did not participate in the Levi trade. I mean, if I were in the trade, I would just be probably trying to monitor, now that it's in the money, I would hope it's in the money for some people. I would just be monitoring this moving average right there. And if this thing wants to follow the moving average higher today, then great. If it wants to roll over and close, then it might start to consolidate some and get a little messy on the daily chart. Hello, Dom. All right, Dom is asking me about American Eagle. Retail yesterday was extremely strong. Not yesterday, but for a while. But XRT, if you look at that, it's really a function of GameStop. That thing is broken. GameStop is now running sectors and just making a mockery of things like XRT. That's not a real it's not a real indication of how the retail market's doing. However, there are a lot of good retail stocks that have been moving. Your question is AEO. I'll tell you, for the moment, that morning spike up and then quick reversal after a couple of really good days, makes me feel like it might be ready for a rest. And then take a look at this too. We had the moving average holding all day yesterday and part of the day before that, Friday. And then all of a sudden, we're just kind of bleeding back down below this. So AEO might be in for a rest, and it might be just eyeballing a nice date, with that 10-period moving average at some point. I think I know what you're talking about, Henry. Back in June, our market was getting a little weird. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, we were getting false breakdowns and then push back up, breakdown, push back up. I mean, if you want my opinion, it's kind of sad. It's a sad story. The market is not really kind of allowed to be a market right now. The Fed has really been controlling this market for a long time, and it seems the Fed is extremely scared to let the market correct, and that's okay. It is what it is, Can't fight it, but doesn't mean it's right. The Fed is going to be as accommodative as possible as to not let stock prices slip. I think that's pretty much where we are right now. Take what you want from that. you think it's fair, if you think it's right, I don't know. But I've cleared the decks again because I felt like it was not the right thing to be long the last few days. And I had to cover, and I will have to regroup. All right, we are off and running. Not a lot of questions. I think Sean said it was a little bit quieter yesterday too. I guess that means people are getting what they need. That's good. I don't know how it ends, Henry. I'm just a spectator at this point. I don't know how it ends. It's certainly an interesting predicament. Yeah, Dom. I mean, like I said earlier on the onset, my swing trading's just been blown up because there's just no ability to hold risk overnight right now in either direction. Seems like so. You either just have to kind of adapt and become a day trader, and that's what a lot of people do. But I can't do that. I've got too many other focuses and things I need to do throughout the day. That's the reason I do swing trade, so I can give just the right amount of attention to it. I can't sit there and babysit stocks like I'm flying some crazy ass instrument approach trying to land on a carrier. I don't have that focus. Yeah, Riot and Mara. So they're doing well today. We got a little bid overnight in cryptocurrencies, I noticed. And that would translate into the stocks, the blockchain. Let's see what Mara looks like. Both very typical. So they're both trying to kind of break out of that. Let's see. A little sloppy there, but for the most part, looks like they're trying to break out of that. Mara might be the beginning of something bigger there. Nothing to sneeze at there. I can't say anything bad about that. If we go back to Riot, same kind of a thing. If I try to draw that a little bit, yeah, it's trying. Interesting. Okay, Henry, what is your criteria to enter a swing? Well, for one, I want to know that the market has my back. And it didn't feel like the market had my back the last couple of days for a swing long. Now today, that's a whole different story. So I look for things that are consolidating. So, if I just take the simple, come on. Oh, that's what I need to do. Sort my A table by the short float colors here, and I can look at the big ones that are, oh, look at that. So, okay, if I had noticed that yesterday, maybe, that might have been interesting. This was also my early trade of the week. It looked like that on Friday, but it wasn't consolidated enough, and I thought it would have been nice to see if it had touched that 10 period. Well, price almost touched that 10 period and took off. Now it seems like it wants to move higher. What I really like are stocks that move higher and then consolidate. I know what this chart's going to look like. 2 different times, all right? Let's see, maybe even 3 different times. Chart looked great back then. Nice consolidation right on my 10 period moving average, and look at that. Oof, push off higher. Consolidate, got ahead of itself right there. Stocks get ahead of themselves, put up a blow off candle, a topping tail, consolidate sideways into the 10 period moving average. There's your entry. Boom, look at that. And we get another one. This was almost the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. Looked beautiful, consolidating, riding the moving average. Boom, right off of it. So, I mean, that's a pretty good example right there. But as I go through the A table, not everything is going to look like that. Now, CLR in a couple of days might look like that. So maybe only 10% of the names in here look good in the moment. And when I see something that might look good in the moment, like this thing is still consolidating but not breaking out, maybe I'll move my price alert to something like that And maybe that consolidation, if it moves through, could be a real-time alert for me. But a lot of times when I see these things as a swing trade, I will probably take them home at the close. Like if I really liked Viacom back here this day, and at the end of the day it looked like that, I see, oh, it held the 10 SMA and looks like it's trying to move out of this consolidation. I'm going to take this at 5 minutes to the close. I'm going to take that one home. And that's usually when I like to take them home. Would have had to sit for a little while in that one, but there was no reason to get out. And sometimes taking them home at the close gives you the opportunity to participate in a gap up the next day if you are correct. Let's see if I can find a couple more to answer the question of what do you look for when you are entering a swing trade. Well, we talked about I like to do it at the end of the day to confirm what the closing candle is going to look like for me. See, I'll go and pass a lot of things up, because I just want to find that one thing that looks really good. I'll even give you the trade of the week. Levi was selected when it looked like that. There was our trigger. This was a consolidation, and I'm going to talk more about this afternoon. It's an ascending wedge. Ascending wedges are very bullish. I like to call them, the train is leaving the station, you better buy. And, if you'd seen that on Friday and said, hey, I like this setup, I'm going to buy it at the close, then you get to participate in the gap open. That's always nice. Okay, so we'll move on to Razik. Running a strategy in B+, and it loads up every day. How do I see what trades it took on a specific day? Great question. All you do, where's my Brokerage Plus simulator? Okay, so all you do is go to the calendar. You have a calendar trade. And what you have to do is you have to double click. I know see how we put it says double click. When I hover my mouse, it's not a single click. It's a double click, and it will show you the trades that were made on that day. Oh, there's no trades that day. There's a trade that day. There you go. So you can see the trades that are made by going to calendar and then double clicking the actual date on the calendar. That will give you a history. Razik. Okay, Sam. Michael modified the A table. Big difference in the score, and he added Bollinger Bands. Is there any advantage to using them in the A table? No, not necessarily. I mean, the concept is the same. My idea of the A table has always been to try and find strong stocks using the score, and then finding ones that are at the top because they have a high short float. And then it's up to me to take it from there. It's up to me to figure out the rest. I'll go through just like I did, looking for consolidation wedge patterns resting above the 10 moving average and then try and anticipate a move higher. Or I'll just put in a price alert at the most recent bar reversal, and then it will trigger as a price alert in real time, and I will never miss that trade. All right, saw here. What do you think about CRMD and NMDN? All right, let's do the first one. These are hard words to say. CRD. These ones are just killing my dyslexia. Okay, so it looks like we had bad news back here. It might have been God knows what, but they got hit hard, and all of the weak hands have been squeezed out. You're now finding buyers and value players and support down here at the 200-day moving average. Not a bad deal. Let's move to the intraday. Even better on the intraday, you have regained the declining 5-day moving average, and you're above that. You've bounced off of it, and you're holding the intraday. So this, if this is something you're familiar with and you've been stalking it and wanting to take a position in it, I would say it's not a bad call right here. Jason, if you hold a stock through dividend, oh boy, I hate these questions because I'm not good at them, and then trade out before the day the dividend is actually created, do they provide the dividend? I wish Andy was here to explain that, but Andy, and I assume you're talking about Rocket, Andy took the trade on Rocket on 2 or 3 days ago, and he is expecting the dividend. So I would assume that that's a short-term situation. If anybody else knows the answer to this, please crowdsource it for me and help me chime in if you've got a better response as to who on record gets the dividend. How many days do you have to have been in the stock? because I'm not really sure and I don't want to pretend like I know. CRMD, then the other one you had was NNDM. This one's still under pressure. It's okay on the intraday. You can see it broke above the 5-day moving average and is holding. So it's trying to do something here, but here's what I would key off of. Can this candle close above the declining 10-period moving average today? If it can do that and close above today, maybe even tomorrow and another day, well, then that's the first step. This moving average will start to flatten out and start to support and hold the price. And that's when it becomes a little more interesting. Okay, and DDS, Dillard's. Doesn't look bad. Looks really good. You know, I like it. I like it. Beautiful consolidation. Still resting above the 10-period moving average. I mean, this is the kind of thing that if you were really bullish and you wanted to take a position in this thing, you know, if it closes okay today, you know, maybe you take it home in the close. And then that way, tomorrow, you're not kicking yourself if for whatever reason it does gap up out of that nice consolidation pattern. But yeah, that looks great to me. I mean, your eye is starting to catch on there, Sam. Do I look at fundamentals? Typically not, Mike. I look at earnings dates. Um, I guess it all depends. If I'm just swinging and I want to just ride a good chart for a day and a half, no. I'll look at the short float. I'll look at the float size to get a feel for the movement of the stock. You know, does it have 30 million shares in the float? Is it going to move like a speedboat? Or does it have 900 million shares in the float? Is it going to move like a yacht? And that's all I really concern myself with. Maybe, you know, the float, size of the float, how many shorts are in there. But I don't care if they're making money or not or all that. I mean, that becomes more of an investment. If I'm going to park my money in something and sit through earnings, then yeah, I might want to be more concerned with the fact that they're paying dividends and quarterly growth and earnings per share growth and things like that. Mike, if you're aware or not, the composite rating here, the score we call it, stock composite rating, and I'm using it, you know, in my A table here. Filter score. There it is, 80. Okay, so if we were in college, we've got a minimum score of 80. All the C plus students and below the B students, they're out. I'm not going to see them. And what we've done is we've created a value based on the merits of every stock chart. There's about 14 technical merits and maybe 4 or 5 fundamental merits as well. So you can use a good score to try and scan and find things that you know are going to have a good solid fundamental. I mean, if you put a 90 in there, you're going to have a strong chart with strong technicals and strong fundamentals. You can see also on my single stock window here, I do have all those points if I need to know them. If I want to know, does the stock make money? Do I want to know, do they have revenue? You know, do I want to know what their market cap is? I can add all of these data points on that single stock window and reference. But as far as scanning, I don't really use any fundamentals for scanning. Yeah, I've seen Holly have a couple of interesting trades today. Got a hold of them. I mean, we can go through this exercise now. Okay, so let's say you were in INOV. Here's where you want to get out, right there. The closing red candle under my 10-period moving average signifies the momentum has died. If momentum were to stay intact, it would have bounced right there off of that average, moving average, and moved higher. So for the rest of the day, INVO is probably done for the day for the most part. Had a nice move. Could prove me wrong, but if it were me, my rules come into play and it would say, no, just get out. We broke the momentum on that one. All right, where am I? We're on Omar. At the end of each day, what's the win percentage on that one? Because I tried it before and was not successful for me. I don't know. You must be speaking about either the AI strategy or another one, because what I'm showing here on my top list wouldn't be applicable to your question. These are just ideas. They're not triggering trades. So you can amend your question, Omar, and I'll try and answer it better. And you know, Omar, I don't get caught up in win percentages. I'd love to discuss that. Win percentages don't really mean much to me. They're kind of a billboard to, you know, easily sound like something's good. But what if that win percentage was 80% and your average winner was 10 cents and your average loser was 8 cents? It doesn't mean anything. So what it comes down to is what's your average win versus your average loss. And when I back test something, that's what I look at. I don't look at the win percentage. I look at what's the average winner on a swing trade. Is it $2.40 and the average loser is 80 cents? Boom, that's what we want. That's where all the stuff starts to come out on the back end and work in your favor. Yeah, there's no percentage that I can put on the swing trades there, Omar. It's just it's a matter of just trade management. What I can do, however, let me see if I can find it. Some of you might know myself, Jamie, Andy, and Michael. We trade in the same account. And we, about 4 or 5 months ago, put together an infographic. Well, geez, I should actually just, I could talk about the trade of the week. I mean, the trade of the week, same kind of a thing. We'll get to that, but swing trading is swing trading, and that's what we're doing. There we go. That's what we're doing in the account. Is it that one? No. Is it this one? Yeah, but that's not the numbers I'm looking for. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. Okay, perfect. This is what I was looking for. Trade of the week. What was I just talking about? What's your average winner versus your average loser? It's not that. It's not that big of a deal. Let me rephrase that. It's not that important to look at the win rate. It just so happens the win rate was decent, but I have done swing trading back tests where the win rate was about 53, 54%, but the average winner to average loser was, something along the lines of this. And this is what I'm trying to do all day long. This is what we've done in the other account with the four of us, and this just so happens to be how the 2020 trade of the week went. Average winner was 10%. Average loser was about 3.5%. That's going to work for you over the course of time. So don't get hung up on win percentage. Get hung up on average winner, average loser. How do you make the calendar tab visible? If you don't have the most current, well, let me start here. To make it visible, new. Go to new. New menu should give you a calendar tab. If you do not have the calendar tab option available to you, then you want to upgrade your subscription. You upgrade your version of your program. But I'm going to guess who asked that. JT. New calendar tab. Yeah, Rocket. Okay, so we were talking about Rocket on that one. So to answer your question, I know that Andy bought Rocket 3 days ago with the intent. I bought it on Friday with the intent on participating in the dividend. So we'll see what happens on that. Interesting. Henry says you get the dividend, but you might pay higher taxes on that. Interesting. All right, Sam wants to look at CPA. Got caught up with the downdraft last week. Bigger picture. You're going to run into some resistance at 100, I think, was prior support before the COVID. But it's holding. It would be nice to see you get back and close above that 10-day moving average today. And if it can do that, then it might have a date with the $100 roll again. Oh, you're welcome, Sam. Yes, if you're starting to get a better visual eye, you're imprinting on the things that look good, that's always a good thing. See, this chart looks naked to me without my moving averages, but sometimes I will take a blank chart and maybe look at the anchored VWAP. We can see in this case a CPA, big big news earnings, whatever it was, you can see for the most part the price really tried to hold that anchored VWAP, and people got to stay in the money. People that bought here on the average VWAP pretty much didn't fall negative for the most part during this period of time, and took off higher. So that's why I have a clean version of my chart, but I also like to look at that one. You know, I was wanting to get back into this one, but it's just a mess. That one's just a mess. That's an ammo play. We're running out of ammunition in this country, and they make it. UAVS was another darling that was fun in the past. I had a couple of nice sweet trades in that one. I think I participated in that move, participated in that move, and then my best trade of all was this one, day and a half. Anticipated, right? Everything was looking nice and consolidated. Let's go back and see that, how it looked at the time. Yep. See how I say it? The price needs to get back above that 10 period moving average and hold it for a couple days while that moving average flattens out and the 20 period came up underneath. I was positioned on this day and I got lucky. Perfect day one when things close on highs with a big green bar. Take it into the next day every single time. You should get follow through, and then become a seller. And of course, once it took out prior highs, I flipped and started to become a seller. And this became a poster child for like one of my best day and a half trades. And I've talked about that a lot. That's my time frame. If I get into a good trade, I'm going to try and ride it for a day and a half. And that's it. That's all I want. Then there's where I get my 10% moves, and the ones that don't move, I sell for 2 or 3% loss, and there you have it. There's your ideal. Try to make 10%, but risk 3% on each trade trying to do it. Day and a half. All right, I don't know if there is a table in any of the channels, so I always just go ahead and give it out here. So if somebody was asking, I saw that. I'll give it out here. And it's just a simple scan. You know, most of the things are a chase, but when you do see something that's been consolidated, it's nice. All right, where are we? All right, Delta Gamma wants to look at DNN. I've heard of that name. Denison Mines, yeah. I'm warming up to the mines a little bit. I've got some TGB. It's not doing what I tell you I wait for it to do. Sometimes I break my rules, and that's okay, but I bought it off of the 50-day moving average on that nice big bottoming tail. All right. I am now in half the position, just kind of hoping that I get a little move back above these moving averages. I've liked this company. I've liked what they're doing. Big copper company. They seem to really get on a roll when they move. But right now, I'm kind of breaking my rules here. It's under pressure. We'll see how that resolves. But back to your question, DNN. How does DNN look? I kind of got off the subject there. DNN looks okay. It looks a lot like my TGB, uranium, vanadium, ore. So same thing. Need to get back above these moving averages, put a couple closing prices above them, and then you're back in clean sailing air. Is that a 10-day moving average? SMA. It's an SMA, Keith. I've always used simple moving average because I just like to keep it simple. Okay, so you need to upgrade to the latest version for JT to get that option to get a new calendar tab. And don't forget to double click on the date. That seems to throw people off. All right, any update on the Swing AI? Not that I know of. I know it's in works. It requires a lot of architecture rebuilding because of the way it is now. We have an overnight process. That all has to be revamped. But we've got a lot of smart minds on it. Trust me, I know people want it, and I would too. But I don't have a date. I learned a long time ago with the developers, you can't give dates out. Do I have certain scans to find these setups? Well, in past weeks I've given one out that's called the Jam Down and Buy. And this scan looks for stocks that are pushing down and touching the 10 SMA and ideally they would be a buy. So here's right off the bat, let's take a look at this. It's a pretty damn good example. HA, all right, there's our daily chart. Look at that, nice consolidation. How about that? Riding the 10-day moving average. How about that? So rather than waiting for me to pull the trigger and say, yeah, I want to participate in this, I have created the same type of thing, but I've popped it into an A window, an alert window, which means now the onus is not up to me to say when to get in. The onus is up to the event to tell me when to get in. And in this case, the event is a new low. And what it's telling me here is that HA, made a new low right where I wanted to see it, right at the 10-day moving average at 2678. 2678. 2678. So I ask you, how does that look for an entry? Basically, it picked it up right on the 10-period moving average. So this is a bit more advanced. It's a bit more aggressive because this thing is saying, hey, you might want to buy, but what can you do from here, right? You can come in here and you can back test this, and you can say, well, what if I want to do this and start maybe a couple, well, start at the open. Start 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 8 minutes after the open. And what if I want to hold it for today plus 2 days? Look at this. Where does this look familiar, you guys? Risk management. I want to make 10%, but I'll risk 3% trying to do it. So there's my back test. I just blew that. Let's bring it back up. I just want to do a couple minutes after the open here. There's the exit. There's the risk management I just showed you. And we'll sample 30 days, 30 trading days. And so this is where we can become a bit more definitive, right? You're not just waiting for yourself to pick something. And it goes to Omar's question about trying to pin down a win percentage. Well, with this approach, we will be able to do that. So as soon as we run the scan, we'll get our data points, and we can even refine it a little bit. And yes, don't worry, I will drop that scan in there. It does not scan after hours. I don't have any after hours scans. Actually, there's very few that do. Okay, so here is our data. Win percentage, 37%. Average winner, $3.30. Average loser, $1.70. Well, there's hope for this thing, but it's just not quite where we want to be at. So watch what I'm going to do, because I know exactly what needs to be done here. We're going to go to optimize. Well, the minute it lets me. Optimize. Okay. Time of day. Hey, I see something very interesting. What I see is that after 7:29, so from 6:30, I'm going to actually say from 6:50 to 7:29, there's a 40-minute window, and that's perfect. That's exactly how I expect this to work. All the ones that triggered way too early didn't work, but the ones that waited 20, 30 minutes and then dipped down and jammed into that 10-period moving average, that's where I seem to have the most green. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it again, and we're going to say run at 6:50 and stop at 7:30. I'm on the West Coast, by the way, if you haven't figured that out. 6:50 and stop at 7:30, which would be 10:30. Close enough. Now we can compare this scan and how it works only in that 40-minute window versus the first run where we let it run all day long. A little better. Look at that, 47.7 win percentage. If you took all these trades, 153 trades over the course of 30 days, and you traded them all like that, you took your account from 50,000 to 65,000. Now, would you balk at that, or would you turn your back on that because of this statistic right there, 47%? Or would you get more excited about the average winner being $3.86 and the average loser being $1.60? That's how you get equity curves that grow. So I think I might have maybe opened a few eyes with that, especially with that one simple example that we gave. Look at that. Who wouldn't have wanted to buy HA at 26.76 and sat through no pain, whether it's a day trade or this goes on to be a better 2 or 3 day trade the way we just back tested it. So hopefully that suffices the question that you asked there for, is there any do you have a certain scan to find these setups? All right, Mike asked, but anybody who wants it can have it. Okay, moving right along. Somebody's asking me about CVS. It's been stuck in the mud. It has been stuck in the mud, hasn't it? It's been a long, annoying 4 or 5 months here. I'm going to go back to what I was kind of talking about earlier. We've got all 3 moving averages behind the price. The 10 will come up to meet the price quickly, but we closed above the 50 here again. I would just like to see maybe just a couple more closes up here in this general area above 72 for a few days and let these moving averages come up and then push the price higher. So it's in the beginnings of possibly trying to make something constructive there. Okay, so let's take that a step further. Mike asks, what time of day did you run that? And it's being run 20 minutes after the open. Oh, it's being run all day, but I'm only paying attention to it 20 minutes after the open, and then no more than an hour after the open. So what we can do is we can go to filters, and we use what's called a time stop. Time of day. There it is. See, I've got it currently set to 2 minutes after the open, but shutter down at 120. Well, what if we shutter down at 60 minutes after the open? That is what our back test just showed us. And you could open this up to maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes, to try and get more into that, to be specific. That's what you would use on the time of day filter. So what will happen is this alert will ignore all the new lows that satisfy the other filters. It will ignore them until 20 minutes after the open. Then it becomes active, and then when we get to 60 minutes after the open, all these things expire, and you will no longer see anything. So that's how the back tester says we should do it. It's up to you as to how you want to run it. Talking on mute. I hate when I do that. All right. Hello, Mike. Yes, this is the, I'm sorry, Bill. This is the live support session. And if the Trade Ideas crew sent you here to be shown or demonstrate something, yeah, please let me know. I will do my best to help. And then Barry will be back at the top of the hour. Would you recommend a trailing stop if someone takes the JD or the jam down? Well, the trailing stop depends on what your time frame is. Again, if you're trying to day trade it, then my trailing stop would be a mental stop. I don't like using hard stops because you're just handing your money over to Citadel and the other quant algorithms that pay for order flow. There's no reason to sit there at the card table with your hand facing out to everybody. That's pretty much what you're doing when you put in a hard stop. I use mental stops, and I'll use a price alert if I have to, alert myself to it. But once a price candle closes under the rising 10 SMA, if that's your day trade, that would be my stop. Now, if I'm buying that for a swing trade, I might be a bit more liberal, and I'm going to be using a close below the 10-day moving average, not the 10 period on the 15-minute chart. Oh, no, great question, Mike. I know in day trading, I look to the left. I think Barry stole that from me, but that's okay. Make sure there's no resistance. With swing trading, how does that thinking change if you're buying the dip? I'm looking left to see if there's support. I'm looking left to see if there was a gap to fill. I'm looking left to see if there's any other, support and or gap fills. If I see a giant support level, if you have an example, we can look at one. I can't really think of one off the top of my head. I can look at everybody's favorite Tesla, and I can tell you there's a gap fill down there. It's way down there, though. But when this thing was dropping, I was kind of looking to see looking left, where the support might be, where the congestion is. To your question specifically, if you're buying on a dip. Yeah, if you're buying on a dip, let me just say this, and it lines up left with a prior gap that was closed, and then we're also on the current day's moving average, like a 20-day moving average or a 50-day or a significant moving average or even a VWAP, something you lean on. If you look left and you also see a gap fill or a support level, yeah. Or what you can even see is a prior resistance level. And so you look left and you're like, oh, okay, well then maybe this is going to become a pivot level. Prior resistance becomes future support. Okay, Razak, if you don't have the calendar tab on your B plus sim trading and you can't get it from going to new calendar tab, then you just need to go to Trade-Ideas on the download page and download our latest beta version. This is kind of a new feature, so the latest beta version should have that for you. Hi, Bill. On the channel bar question, you're not able to remove anything that you don't like, but you can create your own custom channels. These two boxes up here, the dog and the NPR, whatever that thing is. All of these are hard-coded, so it's a window that opens or closes. There's no way to delete them. As you can see, I just kind of overlap things. I just kind of put what I want to see over them. That way I can just kind of quickly look up and see what the AIs are doing. And if I need to go into something, then I can go down and find it. All right, let's see. Sam, trying to run a simulation with a filter stop. The simulations using a filter stop, it doesn't work very well. The only things that work well are price trailing stops. And we're trying to make that more apparent to users that trailing stops aren't really that great. They don't work the way we want them to. So if you're trying to automate them, it's very difficult to automate a trailing stop. All right, I do believe that we're caught up with about 12 or so minutes to go until Barry comes back in. Yeah, the market's just going to grind higher and do what it does. Problem with me is I've been around too long, guys. I've been around too long, and I start leaning on my 25 years of price action and start seeing things that, in my past has benefited, but I forget that this is Jerome Powell's market now. And this is the Fed's market to do whatever they feel like they want to do with it. So I just have to sit back and go for the ride and try and make the best of it. Yeah, the stop above low. Do you know why it works, Sam? It works because that is expressed in a dollar sign. That's the one thing I have learned, especially things that are expressed in percent signs. They do not work very well for a trailing stop, if at all. But anything that works in a dollar sign, like 10 cents, 5 cents, or whatever you want to do, those seem to work a little better. I mean, guys, I'm just going to tell you something. You really don't see a lot of this, markets that just go down and close on lows only to just snap the necks of the short sellers overnight, just like that. No big deal. Very unusual price action. And I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to ride it out until things mellow out, smooth out, and start to give me more of a semblance of uniform price activity. CLVS moving off 5-day, not a swing trade. Let's see what you're looking at. Well, what I see in the intraday is just what I've been talking about. A price in motion will stay in motion. Momentum will stay in motion as long as the 10 SMA has something to say about it. And you can see another good example of that right there. Is there a float that I would avoid? I don't like looking up and seeing I'm in a float of something that's in hundreds of millions or even a billion shares. That's kind of annoying because it's like, well, what's it going to take to move this thing? But on the flip side, I don't really like being in floats that are under 10 million. I'll deal with a float that has maybe, let's see, what does POW have? I was in POW a lot. POW had 54 million. I've been in and out of this thing a few times. UAVS, what do they have? They got 50 million. So I'm okay in the 50 million range. Under that, I'll still do it. But I think under 20 million, I might start to get a little dicey. It's less and less waypoints to make trades. Yeah, I don't know what happened overnight, Sam. Not even trying to figure it out anymore. I think China came out and just said a bunch of super duper happy things that the Fed's probably about to follow with. But I'm old enough to remember when all you said was don't fight the Fed, and all that meant was, are they in a tightening cycle or are they in an easing cycle? Well, we don't know anymore. We've thrown that out the window. We're in quantitative switch, front loading, back loading, whatever you want to call it. It's unprecedented, unparalleled, and never seen it. So you just got to hold on. If you are in the trade of the week, we're getting kind of a potential test here. Okay, here comes our consolidation, midday consolidation on Levi, and it's consolidating looking left right above yesterday's resistance, becoming today's support. Ideally, if this trade is going to continue to work, this trade should bounce very quickly, very soon, I should say, off that moving average and grind higher. If, for whatever reason, the trade just bleeds lower and posts a closing candle in 9 minutes below there, then the momentum just might die. And that's really as simple as I try to make it on the intraday stuff. Okay, so question. If we have 10% short the float with 3.2 days to cover, We can look at the daily from a significant drop. Tesla and count will they need to cover 2 days? I'm also going to say that I don't really concern myself that much with days to cover um, either to try and figure out what they're doing. I just let the price action tell me what they're doing. So for me, the best looking chart is a chart that's consolidating and wants to go higher. And you look down and you see there's still 30% of the short float. Maybe there's 70 million in there and 30% of 70 million are short. That's all I need to see. Mike, what is the thought on the 15 intraday? It seems to have a very different opinion. You're talking about CLVS? I think we looked at that. CLVS on the 15 is looking good. Yeah. Yeah, I just mentioned that. It looks really good. It's bolstering my thesis that the 10 SMA will keep momentum moving in the right direction that you want it to. And it will keep doing that until it doesn't do that. Like the law, an object will stay in motion until it's no longer in motion. Momentum will stay in momentum until it's no longer momentum. And to me, that moment in time is when the candle breaks. Okay, the 15-minute versus the 5. I don't touch the 5 or the 1. I've tried using that simple moving average in a 5-minute. It doesn't work for me. That's why I exclusively switched to the 15, because I just noticed that I got different readings off the 5 and the 10 on the 15. And from my perspective, that 15 period moving average not only slowed things down for me. If you're gonna chase ticks in the 1, the 2, and the 5-minute time frame, it's just too active for me. It's too noisy. The algorithms and the quants, they own that time period. But when you can pull back and digest the price action in a slower time frame like the 15-minute, it just so happens that over many, many years, I have noticed the 10 SMA really falls nicely in line, much more than any of the other time frames, even the 30 minutes. GameStop. Okay, 2 days of big push, trying to hold momentum here. So I would say if GameStop breaks here towards mid later day and starts to fall back into the range after holding this moving average, well, then it might be done for a little bit. All right. I'm glad that makes sense for you, Mike. Getting to the time of the day where Barry's going to sneak back in here, so probably only have time for one more real in-depth content related question. All right, so here comes the first test of the day for the spies. Are they going to continue to just grind higher, or are we just going to drop back into the range after this? If this test fails, maybe it won't. Fizz, I'll tell you what, that daily chart does not look bad. I like it. It's, what is this, National Beverage Corp, huh? Interesting. Really nice look. Really nice look the way it popped up out of there, and it's almost starting to get that ascending wedge look about it. Maybe a couple days later, you still kind of grinds higher, but no, that's a good looking chart. I like it. Now, swing trading, that's what my swing trading eye tells me. If you were a day trader and you bought the open and you were trying to day trade it, well, you can tell right here 30 minutes ago that candle pretty much tipped you off that the momentum was breaking. And you can see 30 more minutes have transpired, and that was the case. That initial closing candle, was the tell. All right. Let's see if I'm missing anything here. Nope. All right, I'm going to pass it back to Barry. Thanks for nice comments. I'm all talked out as usual after an hour, but I'll see some of you maybe later this afternoon on my afternoon webinar. We'll talk more about a few other things, and I'll be back again next Tuesday for Barry on the 12 o'clock Eastern session here. You still don't have the calendar on the swing trading mode, and did you download the most recent beta version on our website? Make sure that you have the beta version. If it's not in that beta version yet, then I'm probably teasing things that I shouldn't be teasing, but they will be out shortly on the very next beta version. That's what I would say. All right, guys, Barry has started. I will stop, and we'll say goodbye. Bye-bye.
My go-to guy. Can you guys hear me in the YouTube room, or Mike? Just want to have a heads up that you guys can hear me before I leave and do my video for about 10 minutes. Look at this WPG. How crazy. I don't know if there's any news on it, or is this just people... I don't see any news. I mean, this is headed for bankruptcy, but for whatever reason, in XELA. So you can hear me, Ija, right? Okay. All right. If that happens, if it hits 2985, I'll tattoo your name somewhere. How's that? All right, guys. So I'm going to do my video now. What time is it? 1 o'clock. So it shouldn't take too long. So I'm going to put myself on mute. First, I just want to put the announcement in so you guys know I haven't abandoned you. It should not take to 120, but just in case. Look at WPG, guys. It's crazy. All right, and I just want to put the link into the YouTube room. And for those in this room right here, if you want to subscribe to my video, just click on my homepage tab right there, and you'll be brought to this page. Okay, and right here, daily recap right here. Okay, it's all free. All right, guys, so we'll see you. Let me just remember to put myself on mute. All right, guys. Excuse me. I'm now back. And man, oh man, this SPY is just doing very nicely. We have not had a pullback at all today that I can see. Can't call that a pullback really. Maybe on the 2-minute, but I mean that's pretty minor. Guys, I've been talking about this LOTZ. Again, potential swing maybe. I mean, look at it. It has room to that 10 level, 950 level. Maybe not enough, I don't know. It's up to you, of course, but we're at the levels right here, 940, 940. Previous 2 days, it's just a little bit above that now. Hello, Swordmaster. Well, look at the FLGT. We talked about this one early, last couple of days actually. Has some unbelievable moves in it. And today is no exception. Another $7 move right here. Let's see if it takes out, I mean, if this takes out, I mean, it's tech. That's why, we can't be so certain that tomorrow we're going to have another continuation day, but you know what? I don't want to rain on the parade right now. Look at that great move by the tech stocks, the tech sector, essentially. I mean, it's the Qs, but laden with tech stocks. Above that high now of 2 days ago. I mean, if it gets back up here, all will be forgotten. Am I not a believer? I don't know. Well, we're seeing all these stocks that have been super high flyers now starting to come back a little bit. But again, I caution. Today is one day. I mean, it's an awesome day for the Qs. But let's see if it happens tomorrow also. I think if we can get 2 or 3 days, doesn't have to be, the candles don't have to be like this. We wouldn't have to have something like this, but a little one, a couple of little ones, just to give us a little bit of confidence that, okay, this is not a flash in the pan. But why that price, okay, I put you on the spot a little bit. Why that particular price? Very specific that you're talking. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Even U.S. Steel's getting into the mix here. U.S. Steel had a good day yesterday, actually. And it's just continuation here. X. Yeah, U.S. Steel's day yesterday was great. I mean, look at this daily candle. And taking all of this out. All of this. And now a little bit of continuation. Big float. Oh, you're talking way up here. Okay. Well, that would be pretty, that'd be optimistic. I'm sure you'd take here though too, 21. Ija, I'm sure you would. Yeah, I don't know about Rocket. It's just not that exciting now. I mean, the Wall Street bet guys got a hold of it right here. With that high float short, that high short float percent. But it's really not doing anything since. Well, I mean, okay. I don't know. I mean, this day yesterday, as I was saying, took all of this out. Now, what can you realistically get out of this? I mean, it might get up to 24, before it hits another resistance area. It's above yesterday's high, so I mean, it's still maybe just getting going. I mean, I'm not recommending you take it, but this candle right there, getting rid of all this is pretty strong. This is not a super wide candle; it's only up 1.8%, but and it depends what you're looking for. Where are you going to put your stop if you do? Okay, so let's just say for argument's sake, you put your stop at the low of today. That's $1.50. That means you have to have at least a reasonable chance of getting $3 out of this play. Okay, a 1 for 2 minimum. $3 plus 21 brings us right here. It's probably, when you look at it like that, as a swing, it may not be giving us enough. I mean, if you think it can take this out, but realistically, there could be some resistance right here. So it all depends where you're going to put your stop. In here, in the strategy tab? No, you mean here? Could you put the B? No. Why would you want to do that? Well, okay, then if you're going to put your stop at 16, I know what you're looking at. I mean, all that support area. Then if you're getting in here, then you've got a $5 stop. Then you would have to hope to get at least $10 out of this stock, okay, to make it a risk reward. Now, that seems pretty optimistic to me. Now, a month later when it's at $40, you can come and scream and yell at me, but I mean, look at the highs right here, back here and here, right around 24 or 50 or so. So that'd be a pretty wide stop, and you may stall a bit here. Now listen, if it can clear all this, that's not the way I look at things though. I like to see, more room. Yeah, I know. I was coerced into it, JB. It's not really who I am, and it is who I am. I mean, it's not a fake, but okay. It was this after we had I think it was the last TI, because we didn't have one this year. We have an annual meeting in San Diego every year, and it was one of the ones that we usually do a little event together, and that was a whale watching event, and that was me coming off an hour of being wind blowing. Yeah, well, they say that to get more YouTube hits, you have to have a picture of some sort. So we're trying to grow our YouTube channel. The next high for BZH, let's take a look. So it's, yeah, so it is cracked out through that. Yeah, so 2050 was a pretty interesting area to get through. So now looking left on a monthly chart, you got to go back here to 2094. That's on a monthly chart, but you should always back this out on a daily. I don't think you have to worry too much. I'd look at a weekly chart. Yeah, you've got to go back to January of 2018 before we see those highs. If you think that's going to block it, on the weekly, same thing, I guess. Well, not 2401. I mean, I see the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That's 2074. So you're at 2050 right now. It may be hard to see, but there it is. And that's, as I say, that was in January of 2018. I did put, yes, I did put the Bollinger Bands on. Give me a moment, please. I just have some housekeeping to do. And again, these next highs looking left, I mean, does that absolutely 100% mean it's going to block, especially if it's just one day or 1 week or even 1 month? No, of course not. But it's amazing how many times a stock will stall almost to the penny for a while. I mean, it may take a while for it to get through. It may not get through. Ah, no, I didn't even notice this. So these showed up. 2048. Yeah, so I see now why you're even looking at BZH. I'm assuming because it came in the options. So a little bit of struggle to get right through there. I mean, that's not that long ago. I see that it got up to 2065, a little bit above it, but you'd like to see it really, really take this area out. I'm not in love with this. I don't see a huge amount of room for BZH. It may run. I mean, the building sector. Let's take a look at what Nails is doing. Okay. So, there's one of the ETFs anyway for the building sector. So Nail, it's not doing great. It's not in an uptrend. If you're going to get into BZR, BZR, BZH, you'd like to see maybe a bit of more of an uptrend. It's another way to look at it too. Yeah, it did stop at that area. Yep. So that's why, for me, it probably wouldn't be. I mean, look at the difference between ESI. Look at the difference. I mean, between well, on the weekly chart, the daily chart. What's wrong here? Well, all the room on the weekly chart that this ESI has, it was the monthly chart that, look at all the room it has. So, just because we get an alert in here, they're not all created equal. The WPG is interesting. I mean, obviously it's got a lot of room, but this is kind of weird to me that it is having such a great day. Unless there's some news that maybe they won't go bankrupt. I just don't see any specific news for WPG. But I mean, there's no question that it takes out 3. I mean, this could just keep running. Yeah, that's not shortable for me. XELA, not at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I'm assuming that's what you did, Zach. This LOTS is really interesting. LOTZ, very, very interesting. It takes this out with any resolve. I mean, right at these areas, 840 and 840, the previous 2 days high, just a couple of pennies above right now. Holy son of. Yak, 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 and then look what happened. Look what happened. So 274 to 343. I'm going to give this one big solid check mark, guys. What a scan. Enough being a humble Canadian. This is a great scan. And obviously some days are better than others, but holy smokes, I mean, that's a great, great. Now, let me see something here, because remember now, I have dropped the requirements to 300%, okay? So that's why this showed up here. So if you want to do the same thing, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, now you have the repeating version. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. I dropped it from actually 500% down to 300% in normal. I have found that it wasn't giving me too many alerts that I didn't want to see. I mean, that was always my concern. But I think having this contracts up here, the number of contracts is helping, minimum volume and the current volume. So I think 300% of normal, you can try that. Because that's where you would have seen WPG at 274 instead of, if you had 500 or even 400, it was not terrible. You would have seen it at 290. No, wait a minute. No, still not there. Yeah, you would have seen it. You know, at $3. Still not terrible. But again, that's up to you. I share the scan, yes. If you click on my homepage tab right there, my homepage tab right here, I'm sorry, my homepage tab right there. So click on it and click on the link. If you click on the link, one of the sections, my scans. And click here, and this is the one we're talking about, moving higher with unusually strong options. And you can reduce the volume percent filter to 300% if you want to. You don't have to, but that's what I've done. And I'm not getting too many more alerts having done that, and we're just catching the stock a little bit earlier. Yeah, there's got to be a bug in this simulator for me in this development version because you know all these trades. What I was trying to demonstrate is you know especially with your own strategies, you can auto trade. What I was doing is I wanted to auto trade the entries and then manage the exits. And all of these trades should have been taken. You know, there it is. It's on. Strategy enabled, yes. Edit the trading strategy, the dreamer. I know your order details, 15-cent offset, so that's fine. Entry time, you know, I had it at 9:35, but that's okay. It's just not taking the trades. Yeah, so Don, the reason it alerted you at $3 is because in the scan that I'm sharing, I had 500%. Does this all make sense? This is what I changed. You can do the same thing if you want to. So listen up, everybody. If you have this moving higher with unusually strong options, you know, this is the one that I shared. I'm sharing from my home page in the scan section. So I did make a change. This used to be 500, okay? In other words, 500%, 5 times normal. I have now changed it to 300, 3 times normal. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I've done. Okay, is that clear for everybody who may want to make the change? Has to be the version, yeah, the Dreamer. This is well, you guys don't have this. You see, I think it's something to do here. Anyway, I've already contacted support or our tech guys to see if there's something going on. How do you connect a strategy to a scan? Okay, what I would normally say is watch this video, but I'll show you how. It's really simple. So you go to your strategies tab, all right? Now, first of all, you create your strategy and you save it to the cloud. So create the strategy and save it to the cloud. Number one. Once you've saved it to the cloud, then you go to your strategies tab, click on it, and then anywhere in the body, right click and load from cloud. Now, if you've just saved your strategy to the cloud, you'll see it right at the top. If you know, or you just have to search for it, highlight it, load it. And it'll ask you, do you want to add to all your existing ones? You can say yes. So there it is. I'm going to get rid of it. Now, here is where you go in and you edit your trading strategy. I can't tell you how to do that. You can pick your, when you want to get into trades, the order details, risk management, hold time, all that stuff. That's up to you. And then if you want to auto trade it, you enable, click to enable, and see how now it says it's on. Okay. I'm going to and I'm going to get rid of it. I don't want it. I don't really need it in there. Yeah, because the Dreamer, it was working before this version. For sure, it was working before this version. So yeah, been talking about LOTZ, guys. LOTZ. I don't know if you guys can hear the sawing or something happening outside. I don't know how much you guys. Oh, you do hear that? Yeah, house next door. Okay. It's like being at the dentist. All right, guys. So today is, man, it's Tuesday. Okay, so guess what? Tuesday marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Yeah, didn't work. I know you're kidding, Torps. I know you're kidding. Yeah, it just didn't work. Well, and in all seriousness, if it gets to be a little too much, I can just mute myself. Problem is, it's going to be going on for at least a week or two. I don't know. I don't know where he is. Sabbatical? I really don't know. Uh, all right, guys. Let's see now. Just looking to see if anything interesting. Some of my thumbnail charts. SPY is still strong. Man, oh man. Look at this 15-minute chart, guys. I mean, basically straight up, a little red bar there, a little or a smaller one there. Straight up. I mean, not that far from the all-time highs still. Q is still chugging along, I'm assuming. You're very bullish to be able to maintain above that high right there. And as I say, close near the high and then have another day. It doesn't have to be, a wide bar, just another green, couple of green candle days, just to give, people the confidence that, okay, maybe the tech route is a little bit over. Okay, so Sahar, when you say you did not get the rule that you never break about earnings date, I just don't take any. I will never swing something through earnings. So if for instance, say a company was, I'm looking at it today and it has earnings. Look at WPG, guys. Something's going on here. Something is seriously going on here. This is more than just traders trying to find a bottom just to play around. I mean, there has to be some news. Look at the volume. So yeah, so the question was regarding earnings. So for instance, I will not take a stock if it has, like today, if it has earnings obviously after hours today or tomorrow before the market opens. Probably the furthest I'd go out, if it had earnings. Now, it depends how long I think I'm going to swing. But again, I'm not a long swing term trader. But if it had earnings, 4 or 5 days in advance, that wouldn't bother me. I just will never hold through earnings. Earnings surprise. I just don't need the aggravation. Okay, does that make sense? They're not going bankrupt. Had to be something like that. Certainly not our news. And where'd you go to Twitter or where'd you find that? It's not in It's not in my IB headlines either. Well, there's the big resistance area. There's where it all started, around 630. All these people who sold here, scrambling to get out. It's, now I don't want to use the word, but you can fill in the blanks. I mean, honestly, what changed in 3 days other than, okay, we're announcing we're not going bankrupt? That couldn't have been said this day here. Anyway. Guys, just a general question, and I know everybody's systems are going to be different, but how's the screen resolution of this monitor that I'm showing? Obviously, of the monitor I'm showing. About the same. Good. Okay. Well, okay. It really depends on, of course, your system too. That's funny, Zach. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm still waiting for that headline to pop into Interactive Brokers that they said that they have a plan not to go, or not going bankrupt. Yeah, so I mean, on a 15-inch, I mean, I can't do anything about that. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much we can do. Now, I forget how to do it because I cannot remember where it is up here, but there is a way in which you can zoom in on various areas of of the screen. I never remember where that zoom is. It's somewhere, I think, in the upper right-hand corner, I believe, for you guys. I used to be able to see it, but I just don't know where the zoom is. I think I have to do a... Yeah, I'm not going to monkey around, guys. I just don't know where that is. Somebody maybe can help. Because then you can go into, you know, you don't have to see my whole screen. I have a 32-inch 4K monitor. IB going bankrupt. Who's why are you putting that in? IB going bankrupt. We were talking about WPG. It's still in the upper right-hand corner. I don't know why I can't see it. Oh well, as long as you guys can find it. No, not Interactive Brokers. WPG. They announced that they were going, well, bankrupt here 3 days ago. Now somebody is saying that they're now saying they're not going to. I like to see that news though. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just gonna save some files. Just one moment, please. Guys, you may want to keep an eye on this FLGT tomorrow. Okay, you can see what could happen if it can take this, you know, and 114 out. It's been a kind of a crazy. It had earnings on the 4th. Okay, so it had earnings last week, and this doesn't. Yeah, so it had earnings after hours on the 4th. So this is the earnings reaction that day. What you don't see here, though, is in the pre-market, it was way up here. Well, not 140, but it was up probably about 120 or so in the pre-market. And it sold way off, okay? But you can see, I mean, if it can come back, I mean, it's data processing. So, you know, it's a tech. It got hammered with tech. I have to stick an alert at 116. You know, this is out of the usual price range that I like, but I mean, look what could happen because I mean, way up here, like $200. Now again, hammered because of tech. Even Barnes and Noble getting to the act a little bit. BNED, March 9th pre-market. So, no, it was an earnings play this morning. Really no huge, well, bit of a reaction, but trying to recover. You know, it could have been my moneymaker, except I was, just as I was talking about it, it did this. It just absolutely screamed just as I was talking about WPG and thinking, well, I wonder why it's doing this. And then all of a sudden, SPY again continues to surge higher. Okay, guys, I'm going to just start getting set up for this marketing meeting. It'll be in a couple of minutes. Thank you for that, Al, helping people. Yeah, this is not over. Boy, this is definitely not, I mean, well, I shouldn't say it like that. Don't want people the wrong idea. Barry's saying it's not over, so I should just buy the stock. I don't mean it like that, but, you know, at this point, it looked like, okay, this would have been the key level for it to try to hold, this $4 level, 391. Didn't even get close. Yeah, right. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute and just put the announcement in here. Okay, Aisha. All right, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Long meeting. Lots of interesting stuff happening with our company. So, what time is it right now? 2:50. So, I know I'm waiting for Grumpy to tell me I come back just in time to shut down the room. So I will be shutting down the room. I got a ton of stuff to do. I'll be shutting down the room very soon. I'll say closing the room at 3 p.m. And so if you have any questions, please ask them to me right now. You get a budget for t-shirts. I don't know. I think I'm getting one. I think they're sending me one. No going public through a SPAC. No. I think that ain't gonna happen. Well, you know what? I'm looking at the queues. I mean, the queues are the deal here, guys. I mean, if the queues can maintain this, what time is it right now? So we have about an hour left in the market. I don't think we're going to see a big sell off now, but if the queues can maintain near the high of the day, it looks interesting. For me, if we can get 2 more days, they don't have to be as I've said before. Don't have to be these wide body days. Just even a couple of green candles, just to give investors or people the confidence that maybe the tech slaughter is over for a while. Oh yeah, SPACs are dead. I mean, but you know what? It's dead now. As you know, everything has a cycle. Remember when crypto was going crazy in October, and then it was dead for about 2 years, and look at it now. I mean, everything has a cycle, typically anyway. So I'm sure the SPACs will come back at some point. Hey, Goods, how are you? Can you create a custom sound file? Well, we do have the symbol name. I think you can. I mean, I think you can create your own sound files. If you go into properties, sorry, if you go to properties and then actions, and of course the play sound. I mean, this is one text to speech, but if you go to custom sound and select, so here are 3 folders. My guess is that all you'd have to do is put your own folder in here. You just have to put it in this particular, in our sounds file or folder, okay? And just put it in here. I'm assuming. I've never tried it. I mean, I don't, for me, I mean, we have a lot of sound alerts, but I'm sure there are people that have created their own sounds and just put them in here. Oh, okay. Now I don't know what you mean. Yeah, you can upload sounds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can upload sounds and put them into this folder. This is the Trade Ideas Development 64 sounds. So you could, I mean, these are just the folders that we've got in here, but I don't think there's any reason why you can't put your own. What are my thoughts on Rewalk? My thoughts on Rewalk is that it's a lot like Eyes. You'd love for this company to succeed. I know what they're trying to do, but I mean, I've really no thoughts now. I mean, there's nothing happening. Not inside bars on those time frames. No, Stefan. Look at Eyes, guys. This is probably the most confounding one. I mean, it was up to what, $21 in the pre-market. Market opens, just slides all the way. I mean, that's a huge drop. And now it's trying to come back. I thought maybe today would be the day in which you'd have a day in which you wouldn't have such a big topping tail. Maybe it would firm up a bit. But it is not to be. Although I'm sure it'll be on my watch list tomorrow. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. This is not a stock that is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So not that I want to short this. I mean, again, this is one of those companies you have to root for, really cheer for, you know, what they're trying to do, along with Rewalk. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for this sundial. I mean, I don't know if, I mean, again, the Wall Street bets guys got a hold of it right here on these 2 days, along with, of course, Tilray. I don't know if Tilray is, what is Tilray doing right now? So Tilray, so there's a little bit of pop in the cannabis plays, I guess. ACBA, okay. ACBA, AKBA. Yeah, another one that's got some room. Yeah, so again, with the Rewalk, I mean, I don't see anything happening with it. You know, until we get some, you know, it needs another press release or something to get it moving again. Otherwise, to me, you're just sort of tying up your money for no reason. As my one guy I used to know said, you've put your money in a parking lot. You guys are talking about bingo again. What is bingo doing? Yeah, nice. Boy, I'm seeing a few stocks that look like this on the 2 minute and the 5 minute. Oh, I wanted to mention that WPG. Guys, this was, yeah, completely fake. Completely fake. I thought you guys were kidding. You know, but this whole news about WPG maybe emerging from bankruptcy, I can't, well, for instance, you know, pairing after a likely fake news tweet, that's pretty bad. So, how about it? Run. You know, I mean, unless a company comes out and with some news on its own. All right, guys, it is now 2:59. So are there any other questions? Almost at 3 o'clock right now. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys, well, another exciting day, man. So we'll do all this again starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow Eastern Time. And before I do that, make sure I get the right announcement in on the close-up. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we shall see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.